Good morning to everyone. I think the majority of state parties are connected, so I think we can resume now. So thank you so much. So Chairperson, I think, and the rapporteur, I think majority of the state parties are connected.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Assad. Good afternoon to everyone. Good morning in some places as well. Good evening in yet other parts of the world. I'm very pleased that we're all gathered again today. Our agenda is long, just as tomorrow's will be, and for this reason, I would ask all delegations to be very concise and brief in their remarks, but I cannot start our meeting without reminding you that we have a special day today. This is an important vehicle in all of the directives and proposals made by the convention. This was a day that was declared in 1992, years ago, when the Rio Summit called important decisions for the environment, like the Conference on Climate Change and Biodiversity and on drought. But we also decided that Ocean Day was to be celebrated today in June, which is today. And I hope that in your countries you will remember the importance of oceans and their resources, and particularly in our case, the importance of safeguarding this underwater heritage, which not only concerns oceans, obviously, but where a large quantity of this major cultural heritage that we are dealing with today is to be found. And we note this and attach value to it. But now, following today's agenda, we'll begin with point 5, which is the Secretariat report, represented by Mr. Elundo. And then after that, we'll go on to point 7, and then 8, because the election of members of the Scientific and Technical Advisory Body will not happen until Wednesday. You have the floor, Lazar.
Informan que la...
I was told that yesterday, if you remember, we left the Bureau for today because the Arab countries group had not been able to tell us what country would be representing them. And I have
Tengo una solicitud de palabra de la delegación de Marruecos.
Morocco is asking for the floor, and I give it to them.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. Can you hear me? The sound is very faint, says the interpreter. It's extremely faint. Please go ahead, Morocco. Hello. Yes, we can hear you. I'm referring to this matter, and it's my pleasure to propose Saudi Arabia as chairperson on behalf of the Arab group. Thank you.
Also from the delegation of Morocco, on behalf of the Arab group, to propose the delegation of Saudi Arabia for vice president on their behalf. Any other delegation would like to take the floor? Then we'll give the welcome to the delegation of Saudi Arabia to our Bureau. We are very happy that they are joining us, and with this nomination, we'll complete the confirmation of the Bureau, for which we have to approve a resolution. Now we have on the screen, we have the draft resolution that is submitted to the meeting of state parties regarding is resolution number 1 as it has been drafted. There's a meeting. No. So if there's no other intervention regarding this resolution, I will take it as accepted by the meeting of the state parties, and it's approved. The delegation of Saudi Arabia would like to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that you can hear me and see me.
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful. First, I would like to say good afternoon to all, and thank you for this amazing smile, Mrs. Alia. It brings so much positivity to my day, and I'm sure it does to all attending this meeting. We are happy and delighted to be part of this committee. It's quite crucial and important for Saudi Arabia and also for the region. As a matter of fact, we have shared underwater treasures in the Red Sea, as it's one of the top 5 coral reefs in the world. Saudi Arabia and other nations on the Red Sea have embarked on a lot of initiatives for sustainable development underwater. And of course, cultural heritage underwater is gaining momentum in the region. And a great indicator to that was the launch of the Center for Underwater Cultural Heritage that was established in Saudi and announced in the sidelines of the G20 last year. So Saudi Arabia is very keen. Saudi Arabia is very committed to represent not only its agenda in this regard, but also all Arab states. And you can count on our support and on our commitment to advance the agenda of this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to count you in the Bureau, and we are expecting your support for all the work we have ahead of us. Now we'll move on to item 5 of our agenda, and I ask the Secretariat to introduce point 5 in relation to the report of the work done by the Secretariat. Monsieur Lazar.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to report on the activities undertaken by the Secretariat. I will probably repeat sometimes a number of information that you have also extensively started discussing, in the report of the staff, but I will want to give it a perspective from the Secretariat point of view. Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegate, so this report covers the activities that we have implemented on your request since the last meeting of the state parties held in June 2019. I would like to start first by, of course, the statutory meetings. And as you will see, we have contributed to organize a number of staff meetings, 3 actually, and among which the first extraordinary meeting, which was held, of course, which was the 10th meeting which was held. And we also had 3 working meetings of the staff about which the chairperson of the staff provided to you an account earlier under item 4. And as you will see that the extraordinary meeting which was held in Algeria, the president of the staff, of course, had already thanked the government of Algeria, and I would like to take this opportunity again to express the gratitude of the government of the Secretariat to the government of Algeria for welcoming us in Algiers. It was an important meeting, including also all the opportunities to visit the extensive work that the Algerian authorities were doing in order to protect the underwater cultural heritage. Regarding the ratifications, I'm not going to add more, but I think the outgoing chairperson, Ambassador Gerari, who has been really who has taken the leadership and has given this a priority, has already said a lot. And just to say that, of course, like he mentioned also, we would really like to acknowledge the growing number of state parties, additional member states that have ratified the conventions. And although some of them will not enter into force at this meeting, but in the coming weeks and months, we will still like to welcome them. So in September this year, we will have 71 state parties who will be part of our instrument. And regarding policy meetings and capacity buildings, the Secretariat organized 2 regional meetings in Indonesia in November 2029, and also in Windhoek in Namibia last March. The meetings were online due to the pandemic situation. The several training workshops were also organized, one in Mozambique in December 2019, and one workshop for Central America and Mexico in November 2020, which was also online, and one in Nicaragua in March 2021, which was also online due to the pandemic. I also would like to inform you of the first training of trainers for Arab states, which was organized also in December 2020 and then in March 2021. Madam Chairperson, the training manual for the protection of underwater cultural heritage in Latin America and the Caribbean was also published online in English. The Spanish version will be soon available also online. Lastly, the report on underwater cultural heritage education and training in the Arab region was published in collaboration with the Alexandria University in Egypt. And it is available online, also in English and Arabic. And I would like to take this opportunity to really thank Professor Ahmad Khalil, who is a member of the staff, for his wonderful cooperation, which has helped us prepare this report in collaboration with the Alexandria University in Egypt. As concerns the protection of the Skerki banks, you have heard already yesterday many interventions on it. I just would like to recall that a coordination committee is made of 8 focal points from the different 8 parties. That is Algeria, Croatia, Egypt, Italy, France, Morocco, Spain, and Tunisia. And the 8 state parties have expressed an interest in being consulted on the protection of the Skerki Bank. And this committee, Madam Chairperson, was established in June 2019 in Tunis. The coordination committee, which was established, met online in September 2020 and also in January 2021 to discuss the development of an administrative and legal framework for the initiative, as well as to continue work on the preparation of the first technical mission, which also the Director General mentioned in her opening speech yesterday. This coordination committee also met informally in March, last March 2021, but also in April. I would really like to thank, the members of the coordination committee for their availability and dynamism in contributing to the work of the committee. We are currently working, as I said, on sending the first large-scale mission to the site, possibly in autumn. In addition to allowing us to safeguard an invaluable Mediterranean heritage, I like to say that this mission is really essential to the success of the cooperation initiative, and therefore for the credibility of the cooperation system provided for by the convention. It will not be possible without, of course, the support, and I like to say it, the support of France, which is offering to make its new research vessel available to the mission at a nominal cost. So I like to really express our gratitude to the government of France for that. Several calls, as you have probably seen, for financial support were sent out to all the participating countries earlier this year. But I must say that unfortunately, to date, the funds have not all yet been collected. I therefore also reuse the words of the Director General, which she made yesterday, to appeal to all participating countries in this initiative, but beyond them, to all state parties to the convention, to consider providing financial support for this mission. And of course, I would like to thank all the other state parties, in addition to France, who have also already provided their contribution, or who intend to provide their contribution for this mission. Madam Chairperson, in terms of the awareness raising, advocacy, and public outreach, I'd like to bring to the attention of the state parties that the Secretariat organized several webinars on the occasion, of course, of the World Ocean Days, which was celebrated last 8 June 2020, and we are meeting on this special day, as you mentioned. But we also organized one webinars on the World Maritime Day, which was on 24 September 2020. This is to let you know that we are trying also to use the other opportunities that to give a little bit of visibility on the importance of the underwater cultural heritage. Also, in response to the health crisis related to the COVID-19 pandemic, you should also know that the Secretariat conducted a survey on the impact of the pandemic, and we've discussed it already yesterday during the examination of the report by the staff. But what I also wanted to tell you is that the Secretariat has published 2 analytical articles and a video related to the impact of the COVID pandemic, and they are available, of course, on our website. When it comes to the cooperation with stakeholders, NGOs, UNESCO chairs, and Category 2 centers, the agreement between the UNITWIN International Network for Underwater Archaeology and UNESCO has been renewed until 2022, and the University of Southampton is the current and third coordinator of the UNITWIN network. Distinguished delegate, a new UNESCO chair on underwater cultural heritage was established at the Alexandria University in Egypt last October 2020. I just want to let you know that this is the third chair established following the one at the University of Lisbon in Portugal and the one at the University of Aix-Marseille in France. So now we have 3 UNESCO chairs for the subject. I also want to inform you that the ICOMOS International Committee of Underwater Cultural Heritage, known as ICUCH, participated in the work of the STAB to clarify archaeological concept of the convention. I really would like to thank the committee for its active participation, which had made the exchanges very fruitful and dynamic. The International Center for Underwater Archaeology, which is based in Croatia, in Zadar, which is the UNESCO and the unique UNESCO Category 2 center, has been very active in organizing conferences and exhibitions to promote underwater cultural heritage at both regional and international level. Regarding this cooperation with all the stakeholders, we also had a consultation meeting with NGOs and UNITWIN UNESCO in March 2021 as part of the elaboration of the draft theory of change that you will be examining under item 9. Distinguished delegate, I will not come back to the UN decade of the ocean 2021-2023 because we've discussed it extensively yesterday already, and just like to recall, to thank all the contribution by the ADG of IOC who participated in our discussion. But just to let you know that, of course, the Secretariat has been facilitating, supporting, and making sure that all the reflection by the staff, but also the preparation of the necessary strategic frameworks were done in cooperation with IOC and in support of the implementation of SDG 14 on oceans. Now, Madam Chairperson and distinguished delegate, let me say a few words on the 20th anniversary of the 2001 convention. As we have already, you have noted, on this occasion, it was important to design a new website. So now when you go there, we have a new website, which I think is user-friendly. And I hope you enjoy going through the website, and if there are some comments, please do not hesitate to share them with us in order to improve the website. And this website was designed with the support of DPI, and I'd like to thank also the colleagues of DPI who have supported us in making this possible. Madam Chairperson, a social media campaign featuring stories about underwater cultural heritage and its importance for societies and its links with ASEAN, as you have seen in the social media, was also launched. That's why you see some of the stories going on this occasion. You have probably also discovered the promotional video on the convention and the ongoing effort to protect the underwater cultural heritage at the Skerki Bank, which was elaborated with a historian for broadcasting on UNESCO's social network, as well as the historian's YouTube channel, which is called in French, C'est une autre histoire. And this channel enjoys more than 500,000 subscribers. And this video has already been seen. We were checking today with the colleagues for more than 240,000 viewers. So just to let you know that it's important. And this video, of course, was produced thanks also to the contribution of France. And I really like to thank the government of France for this support. Also, on the occasion of the 20th anniversary, you have seen the article which was published on the main website of UNESCO on the achievement of the 20th anniversary and also the Skerki Banks. And this article is on really not only on our website of the convention, but on the main website of UNESCO. Our field offices were also mobilized to organize activities in the context of this anniversary to promote the convention among the public and partners supporting their work. I would like to conclude my presentation, Madam Chairperson, to say a few words on resource mobilization funds mobilized since the last meeting. And it is an opportunity for me to just mention very quickly and express our gratitude to the government of Japan, who has contributed $200,000 US dollars for a capacity building project in Africa. Also, I like to mention the government of Spain, which has contributed $150,000 for a project targeting Latin America and Asia. I already mentioned France, but just to say that we have received a contribution of 150,000 euros to initiate activities for the protection of the Skerki Bank's site. As well as, and this is for me very important, like I said, our warmly thanks to Croatia and Italy, who have also contributed 20,000 each to support the organization of the technical mission and of the Skerki Bank. Madam Chairperson, you will recall that last year I was informing everyone that the convention fund only had $1 US, and that it was important to make these funds more visible. And following the discussion, the first contribution was received, and I'd like to thank the government of Switzerland for providing, I don't know the exact amount in US dollars, but I think it's around 50,000 US dollars. In a way, it's, this is really something that has changed significantly. I'd like also to finish by saying that we have been receiving also in-kind contribution, which is estimated a little bit less than 100,000 US dollars, but from the Netherlands to support the training manual for the protection of underwater cultural heritage in Latin America. Madam Chairperson, I was a little bit long simply because, as you have seen, in 2 years, under the leadership of the Assistant Director General, we tried to do a maximum of activities to continue to promote this wonderful instrument that is the convention, and continue to encourage member states to use this instrument and to ratify it. That's all what I wanted to say. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Elundu. Thank you, Mr. Lazar. A very complete report we have heard this morning, and no doubt that the efforts of the Secretariat are, like we say in Spanish, calando. They are reaching those ports where they should be going, in the sense that we are waking up to the reality. We have a convention in which we are all committed, but we need to support it, and little by little, step by step, following the example of other member states, I hope that many other countries will be also joining in this effort to support, on kind or whatever way they can, the activities of our convention. I'm going to offer the floor to the delegations that would like to question or make any comments on the report that has been presented this morning by Mr. Lazar. Yes, yes. But I would like to know if there are any other delegations, any delegation would like to mention it, because we will be looking at the video that has been prepared celebrating the 20 years of the signing of our convention. I see there is Egypt. I will offer the floor to the delegation of Egypt to start this exchange of
Yes,
report.
good afternoon to you all, Mr. Chairman and dear friends and colleagues from the different delegations. Actually, I'm speaking from the field now. We are on an underwater archaeological project right now, so I'm just between two dives. I wish sincerely to thank Lazar Elundu for his presentation and for all the hard effort and hard work that they have put, the Secretary have put in promoting underwater cultural heritage in the Arab region. I think what have happened during the past few years in promoting education, capacity building, and training in underwater cultural heritage in the Arab region is unprecedented. Although the COVID-19 situation has prevented us from doing this face-to-face, but the amount of activities, the handouts that has been written, the online courses are really, really informative and really, really valuable. And in that context, I'd like to thank the Cairo office, the regional Cairo office for UNESCO, for collaboration and closely working to develop the brochure that Lazar mentioned on education and capacity building in underwater culture in the Arab region. And now we are working on developing the first massive open online course on underwater culture heritage in Arabic. Material in Arabic is very scarce. It's not very common. It's not like English or French or Spanish. So what we are doing now with the Cairo office, with the help of the director of Cairo office, Mr. Reis Fariz, and his colleagues, Akatsuki Takahashi, and under the supervision of the secretary, is really valuable. I just want to thank everyone, thank Lazar and his team, and I'm very, very happy to collaborate with them on this effort for the convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegate of Egypt. It's very interesting, especially the online courses of which many other countries, I'm sure member states, could share on their experience. Now I'll give the floor to the delegate of France, Monsieur.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, Madam Ambassador, welcome. Thanks. I'm in the street. I'm very sorry. I hope there's not too much interference. If that's the case, I'll try to put myself off to one side to get some more silence. Since this is the first time I'm taking the floor, I'd like to congratulate you on your time in the chair and to thank our friend and colleague Aziz Gariri and the Tunisian authorities for the magnificent opening session that we had. Thank you all, and thanks to Lazar for the report which he has just given us. And I would like, if you agree, to spend a bit of time with you, reiterating France's commitment to these conventions. You're already aware of this. They are precious and essential documents. And we have, I think, showed our commitment in various different ways. First of all, our time in the chair between 2017 and 2019, which culminated with the international conference organized by our government and with the Secretariat of the 2001 convention just before the General Conference. And then we also had with the contribution for capacity building, 150,000 euros, and I thank Lazare for mentioning that in 2020 this allowed the recruitment for a 2-year period of an underwater archaeologist, and then a video, which I understand that we will be seeing later on. We also have this commitment with Michel Lour, another underwater archaeologist who I don't need to introduce to you, director of the research department for subaquatic and underwater archaeology. And we know that the members of the council have greatly appreciated being able to share his great experience. He is, moreover, heavily invested in the activities around the Skirky Bank, which bring together Algeria, Spain, Morocco, Egypt, and Tunisia for the protection of the different underwater treasures found on that site. I've also heard some delegations, particularly Togo yesterday, mention the need or the request to make available other initiatives like the Skirky Banks, the high-tech exploring vessel Alfred Marlin, which we make available as of September of this year. I'd like just to say here that, of course, our commitment to the 2001 convention and all the other countries that are committed to it is a very strong one, that will be examining all of this, but that, of course, you will also imagine that an hour or a day of the Alfred Merlin is very costly in terms of human and financial capacity, and that their schedule is already heavily booked. But concerning the Skirky Banks, all of this has already been planned and will be examining with great attention requests for other missions. The Alfred Merlin's baptism, we have just equipped it. It's a 46-meter vessel, which is specially designed for deep-sea archaeology. This baptism will happen in Marseille on July 2nd, and I'm very pleased about that. We thank you, Madam Chair, for all of the work that has been done. Thank you again.
Ambassador of France, I'll give the floor now to the delegation of Italy.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your nomination. The 2001 convention represents a concrete answer to the concerns of our cultural heritage, for instance, to prevent illegal trade in cultural items. We're talking about a especially important area, as has been recognized by the General Assembly of the United Nations, given the different policies that are underway. Among the most effective measures to be undertaken, we could imagine a broader distribution of the convention and an integral listing of the preventive actions which have been undertaken, and we would like to thank the Secretariat for everything it has already done to this end. Like any other cultural convention, it would be important to increase the number of consciousness-raising activities. It's very important to work on this. It was also necessary to go on promoting coordinated actions, either nationally or internationally. Among the different national initiatives, we have created a great abundance of archaeological sites underwater, and we need to continue working on this. We need to have ever closer cooperation between member states, and in this context, we are very pleased to participate with concrete commitments, and I thank you, Lazar, for reminding us of this, activities for protecting the Skerki banks, which will protect the ruins of an ancient civilization. Let us also say a word in memory of Professor Sebastian Latouza, who was a convinced promoter of work to protect underwater heritage. Madam Chair, the progress we've made has been encouraging. First of all, the implementation of the convention. We're very pleased about the number of ratifications we've seen and the consciousness-raising campaigns which have happened along with training activities in this area. Along with the other activities underway, we would wish a happy birthday to the 2001 convention. Italy is working on an initiative that we have promised the Secretariat and the member states to promote the convention and its importance. Among these projects, there is a documentary to promote the convention and underwater heritage. To conclude, Madam Chair, please allow me to wish all of us to be able to go on proffering from submerged life and culture and to go on hopefully getting good news from this area. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ambassador.
Delegation of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Netherlands is an observer to this convention, so I'm not sure if we...
We'll give you the floor once we
understand.
finish with the
Thank you.
delegations. Okay. The delegation of Togo has the floor. There's no audio from the delegation of Togo.
Can you hear me? Now we can hear you, yes. Yes. I was saying, first of all, hello, Madam Chair, hello to all delegations. The agreement shows the progress that has been made by the Secretariat. I'd simply like to say that we expected to hear brief reports from the regions on underwater cultural heritage from 2019 to 2021 to know what happened in each region. In the Africa region, where we have bureaus, the Asia region, the Europe region, it would be good if in the Secretariat's report we could have a collection of the essential of what's been done in each region. Efforts are being made in regions. And it would be good for the Secretariat and the bureaus together in Abidjan, Dakar, in our case, to be able to show these efforts that are being made to stimulate delegations to support the ratification process. We've also seen, and I think when we look at Table 67, member states, I think there are still efforts to be made. In Africa alone, there are 54 countries, of which only 13 are members. And I think that this working model is something for the UNESCO conference to undertake at its next meeting. That a message should be launched, Madam Chair, to African countries so that these countries can move quickly toward ratification. This is something we already began with Azzedine Kara and myself, a rapporteur in 2017. We missed Mr. Fermi Matako, who was kind enough to assist us in different ways. And I think that we need to be able to reactivate this and lead African countries to ratification. And why not speak to heads of state about underwater heritage in their session at Addis Ababa? All we would need to do is ask for 10, 15, or 20 minutes to present underwater heritage in the context of diversity in oceans. And I could very well see you, Madam Chair, at those dates which have already been fixed to be able to do this. Otherwise, we'll have to wait till January 2022. So I think that would be an excellent thing. And then, Madam Chair, something else of interest was pointed out concerning the safeguarding of underwater cultural heritage in Asia in September 2020. We saw the importance of operational military archaeology, and we saw how maritime gendarme, how national navies can be involved and committed to this approach to in situ preservation and protection. And we see this with Croatia and Indonesia, who showed us their databases, which I think could inspire all of us. Perhaps someone from the Secretariat could get a hand on all of this information from that meeting and make it available to different countries to make them more aware of these possibilities. Concerning cooperation with stakeholders here, Madam Chair, we would have to congratulate you all on all of our behalf. The International ICOMOS Committee is listening. It's the only NGO or group which has helped STAB and the Secretariat. We're not aware of any others. There apparently have been activities that we haven't been informed of, which haven't been published. But ICOMOS is listening and organized 17 webinars in 1 year between March 20 to March 21. And he has sent us everything, and I've been able to follow all 17 of these, and on that basis I've learned quite a lot about underwater archaeology. It would be fine if the Secretariat could bring together those webinars and make them available to states parties so they can, particularly in Africa, have some consciousness raising, so that our politicians in particular may attach greater importance to these. Then another aspect that I should like to draw your attention to concerns what happened after the meeting we had with the chair and the members of the COU. This a fine document has been set up, a strategic framework, but I think we need to see that when STAB works, they are working for the Conference of States Parties, and all the documents that STAB produces are for the states parties. So the document's title already, which is Strategic Chaos of Scientific and Technological Consultation for Participation in the Decade, would have to be turned around to talk about a strategic case of participation of states parties of the 2001 Convention. Madam Chair, a strategy of participation of states parties to the 2001 Convention in the decade. We're not talking about the participation of the Scientific Council. That's not what this is about. So it would be important to review this document. And then also, Madam Chair, to review certain parts thereof which say that archaeological assistance can explain climate change and maritime transgressions and the level of the sea level rising, and we have to pay specific attention to those. Yes, thank you. But it is an important and interesting report. Excuse me. We can also ask the Secretariat what it has done from June 2019 to 2021 of this contribution of $200,000 for African countries. What has been done with that contribution? We need some details to be able to support you and see how we can encourage the Secretariat. So for John, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
The delegations to stick to the discussion on the Secretariat's report and taking into account, and this is something I really don't like to say, but taking into account that we don't have much time, but at the same time, I know how important it is to listen to everyone's thoughts and opinions on this report. I will give now the floor to the delegate of St. Vincent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief. I would like to thank the Secretariat for its work, despite the lack of financial and human resources. And we commend the training they have done in many regions, in Central America, in Arab states, in Africa, and we hope that a training will be done in the Caribbean, in the Pacific Island in the next 2 years. I would like also to thank all the donors, and particularly also the Netherlands for their in-kind contribution to the training manual for the protection of the underwater cultural heritage in Latin America and the Caribbean. And of course, Madam Chair, we would like also to see this convention ratified by most of parties, and we will do all our best to enhance its resources to be able to implement this convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tiene la palabra la delegación de Cuba.
Cuba has the floor. Yes. Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't hear when you were speaking to me because I had some problems with my audio. But I'm very happy, first of all, to see you chairing the session, a country that's had a long tradition of cooperation in the context of this convention, and we're always very happy to see a woman and a Latin American and a Caribbean person chairing this type of space. I think it would be good to thank the Secretariat for the report they have presented. We'd also like to congratulate them for the actions they have rolled out in the context of this convention, which have not had the same degree of development as the rest of the conventions, which are now practically universal. Cuba, very early on, began a process that was continuous and far-reaching progress to support the 2001 convention in our country, which has a tradition that links to our being surrounded by water and having a long tradition of sailing and navigation, and it began in the 16th century. So, Madam Chair, I'd like also to express the importance that some previous speakers have also brought out to strengthen interregional cooperation. Within this convention, up until today, we've seen lots of actions that are being undertaken for cooperation within regions. Our Latin American and Caribbean region is one example of this, with a great degree of activism in different countries. Panama has organized big meetings, but I think it's also very important to be able to hear from the new countries that have just ratified, from new countries that have the intention to do so soon. And it's important for Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe and Africa be able to develop actions together, and for the Secretariat to be able to do so as well for capacity building and to encourage exchanges within the framework of this convention. In any case, we celebrate the initiative of being able to strengthen synergies in the convention with other programs from other UNESCO bodies. So this has been the case. We saw this yesterday with the report that was presented. There's also cases with World Heritage and all the subjects that are linked with illicit traffic in cultural properties. And in any case, we will be able to go on facilitating and strengthening these working synergies with other committees so as to be able to make the 2001 convention much more visible. This is a convention which is getting a lot of work being done, and we need to thank Lazare for all of his dedication and the hard work he's done. We've had 2 very complex years, given everything that's happened. The work of the convention has been upheld and has gone on in spite of everything. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador Cuba. Panama has the floor now.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. We would like to begin by congratulating the Secretariat on its work, this very complete report which we've just heard. And we're very pleased to be able to contribute to the diffusion and implementation of this convention. We've had different meetings on policy and on training and on capacity building. We would like to bring out Panama's activities in the Central American region, together with Mexico and others, in 2020 and 2021, especially dealing with these matters to advance protection of underwater cultural heritage. There has also been financial contributions from the Secretariat to support this activity, which has begun in 2019. Panama has been very pleased to contribute to this and reiterates its commitment to the implementation of the convention. We will be happy to see these results published so that we can see how underwater cultural heritage in Latin America may be promoted and protected generally in our country and in our region. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you to Panama. I shall give the floor to Grenada.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to start by thanking the Secretariat for the report, very rich report, and we note with satisfaction that many things are going on, and we appreciate a lot the hard work, and we appreciate also the cooperation with the other sectors of UNESCO, notably with IOC, which is very important in the framework of the decade, but also with possible contribution from possible cooperation with the World Heritage Convention, as mentioned by my colleague from Cuba. I would like to thank also the donors, as said by my colleague of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is important that cooperation and support among regions can take place, and of course, we appreciate a lot the cooperation within the Latin America and Caribbean country group, and we give a lot of importance on that. I would like also to mention the example given by Egypt about the successful experience and capacity building, and underline the importance of involving the regional offices in this in the promotion and in the promotion of the convention and its visibility. I think that the regional offices can play a very important role in this, as mentioned by Egypt about the Cairo office, and we look forward to continuing in working together with the newcomers. Also, I will congratulate them, the states that have ratified recently the convention, and we hope to see much more coming to ratify it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to the delegation of Grenada. Doy la parola a la delegación de la Túnez.
I give the floor to Tunisia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Panama on chairing this 8th MSP. I would like to thank the Secretariat for the report on the Secretariat's activities, particularly interesting, and in particular the growing number of training sessions and workshops for the different regions. Tunisia would like to dwell on the initiative for protection of the Skirky Bank underwater cultural heritage, which is being handled jointly with Italy and 7 other countries. I would like to take this opportunity to make an appeal to the other countries that have ratified the convention to join us in this initiative, and for countries, to those who wish to join us for the meeting to be held on the 11th, in order to gain a much greater understanding of the project regarding its goals, details, technical and scientific resources, which will be allocated, and also to provide financial support. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairperson.
I give the floor to the delegation of Libya. Libya.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have a problem with the controls, but anyway, thank you very much. Libya was the first Arab country to. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Libya was the first Arab country to ratify the 2001 convention, and it's among the richest country in the Arab countries, or in even the Mediterranean, in underwater archaeology. But unfortunately, it really didn't progress a lot. But among the years, there's foreign missions in Libya worked, such as Sebastian Toza and Eastern Cyrenaica and Leptis Magna. So for several years now, Libya is part of subject of military conflict. So this relatively affected by the problem of security. Nevertheless, this research is still going in Libya, and on really a small scale, on more or less on the amateur side. So they're encouraged now by the Department of Antiquity of Libya, responsible for the underwater archaeology, and hopefully Libya in the future will be taking big part, because the really is a rich country in all sorts of underwater archaeology, classical archaeology, and the war sort of archaeology, in a sense. There's so many war wreckages down there in Libyan shores, especially Second World War, submarines and so on. So we're hoping that Libya in the future, under the auspices of the Department of Antiquity, will extend its training for underwater archaeology. We are in collaboration with Alexandria at the moment, and hopefully Libya will take part in the future more actively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to the delegation of South Africa. South Africa is online. Meanwhile, until we get the connection with South Africa, I'll give the floor to the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the Netherlands the floor as an observer to this meeting, and congratulations on your excellent chairmanship. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the excellent report. Concluding from the clear and structured overview, a lot of effort was put in protecting underwater heritage. In these times of crisis, the UNESCO 2001 community has shown resilience and solidarity all over the world. Although at first held back by COVID, the Netherlands has also upheld the management of our underwater cultural heritage through our maritime programs. At the 6th meeting of state parties, the Kingdom of the Netherlands announced its plan to ratify the convention, and it will be our aim and duty to play our part in international cooperation to protect common underwater cultural heritage. The Netherlands supported the convention from the start, and our cooperation with UNESCO has recently resulted in the training manual for protection of the underwater cultural heritage in Latin America and the Caribbean, as just mentioned by Lazare and the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A team of policy officers, maritime archaeologists, and legal experts are now setting up an implementation plan and drafting new legislation. In addition, since we will ratify as the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the 3 other countries in our kingdom, Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Martin, have also indicated they will join the ratification process. We work in close cooperation to make sure we can ratify this convention together. All in all, we wish to ratify by the end of 2022. We do this also with Professor Dr. Thijs Maarleveld in mind, co-founder and former president of ICOMOS ICUJ, who has been an outstanding supporter of the convention in the Netherlands and on a global scale, and who sadly passed away last March. Regarding future needs, the Netherlands is very interested to exchange experiences with state parties to the convention in terms of enforcement, both inside and outside of territorial waters. Furthermore, we are welcoming inspiring examples of cooperation with museums and scientific institutions and on heritage management included in spatial planning. In turn, we would like to share our long-standing experience in underwater cultural heritage management, which includes methods and techniques for inventories and significance assessment of underwater archaeological sites. We are looking forward to more in-depth cooperation with other state parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we trust that in our 9th meeting of state parties, we can count on the Netherlands as a member state of our convention. Now I'll give the floor to South Africa. Is online.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Thank you very much. As this is the first time we are taking the floor, we wish to congratulate you on your election as chairperson to the 8th Conference of Parties of the 2001 Convention. South Africa would like to thank the Secretariat for the report on its activities taken during the last 2 years. We noted that it was a very difficult year due to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. But despite these challenges, the Secretariat was still able to host a series of meetings as well as training sessions virtually. We wish to congratulate Malta for becoming the 68th state party to the convention. We noted a very low number of ratification by the Asia and Pacific group, and we call on the Secretariat to continue to strengthen its efforts in the region, as well as highlight the benefits for joining the 2001 Convention. South Africa participated in the regional meeting on the protection of underwater cultural heritage in Africa. This meeting was hosted by Namibia in March 2021. We noted we want to thank and show our appreciation as this meeting was very insightful as it aimed to improve and enhance member states' capacities in protecting underwater cultural heritage in Africa. South Africa also wishes to add its voice to calls on state parties to provide financial support for activities that can support the wider ratification and implementation of the convention, as well as the celebration of its 20th anniversary. We noted with great appreciation the new website that was developed, as it's much easier to navigate and user-friendly. As South Africa, we will continue to work closely with our regional field offices of UNESCO, including research institutions and other state parties, in further promoting the implementation of the 2001 Convention. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, South Africa. Now I'll give the floor to the delegation of Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Can you hear me? Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I reiterate my greetings, and I am very happy with the report presented by the Secretariat. I think it's a very full report that fully reflects the activities we've undertaken. It is a detailed report and covers the main activities. Amongst these activities, we have the cooperation program for the Skirky banks, in which our country is taking part and is extremely committed. This is an example of international cooperation which lends much greater significance to the convention and the whole meaning of international cooperation. It is a project bringing together both shores of the Mediterranean for a cultural cooperation project which is truly essential. So I'd like to take this opportunity to warmly thank all the partners who are working to ensure the success of the program, in particular the signatories to the convention or to this particular agreement. In particular, France, which has provided a whole raft of technical resources in order to help us successfully complete the mission, and in particular by lending its new dedicated research vessel. I also endorse what was said by colleagues earlier regarding the situation of this convention compared to other UNESCO conventions, in particular the World Heritage Convention, the illicit trafficking of cultural objects. And I think it's very important to establish the link between this convention and the other conventions in order to enhance its visibility. And as was indicated earlier, we are still lacking some visibility and knowledge of the convention, in particular in some of the Asian countries, as was said earlier. I would also emphasize the importance of training in this field, training in the Arab region, and I take this opportunity to commend the program launched with the Alexandria Center and the Cairo field office. This is a very important program which has placed great importance in terms of training for the relevant countries, and this will have to be backed up by work in the field. I think that the theoretical work in future will therefore have to be backed up with practical work, and as was pointed out by colleagues from other delegations, there's also the importance of regional UNESCO offices in order for providing on-the-ground training sessions for signatory countries, and in particular the newly acceding countries, new signatories to the convention. And I think that there are now many countries which have signed up to the convention, and I think it's extremely important to establish a specific program for all these countries in order to be in line, in step with the technologies that can be used in this field, and also in step with all the progress and efforts that have been made in this regard. So I'm emphasizing training, which is a key issue in the whole process. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
To the delegation of Algeria.
Algeria.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor once again. I endorse what has been said by my colleague and friend from Morocco, and I would echo what he said. First of all, I'd like to thank Lazare and his team for an exhaustive report on the activities of the Secretariat. in which we are in full synergy with the work completed by the STAB and all the bodies which have worked in close cooperation with the members of the STAB. I'd like to thank Lazare and the Secretariat, emphasizing some key points, emphasizing the huge amount of work that the Secretariat has completed over the past 2 years. So warm thanks for that. I would also respond to the Skirky Bank question. I would also like to thank Madame Wabel Sliman, the focal point of Tunisia, which is coordinating this international committee on the Skirky Banks, with our friend Alessandro from Italy. They're working together very well in order to successfully prepare the mission, and I'd like to warmly thank France for its generosity, providing all the technical resources required for this very important mission. And this is important for the whole of the Mediterranean basin. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce that Algeria has given its go-ahead for a financial contribution to the mission, and we are very much depending on this mission. We are strongly committed to it, and we are really fully committed to the success of this mission, which is so important for the whole of the Mediterranean cultural heritage. The Skirky Banks, we feel, is a site that is not only an Italian or a Tunisian site, it's part of the international cultural heritage of all the peoples in the Mediterranean region. I would also emphasize the matter of training, and as part of the Skirky Banks mission, the training aspect was also handled and covered in a very interesting way. We're providing training in situ for young researchers and archaeologists who are embarking on a career in underwater archaeological research. This is a very important opportunity for our researchers. It provides them with an opportunity to jump in at the deep end, as it were, and to have direct experience of underwater cultural heritage research. And this does not happen very often. So many thanks to the players who are contributing to this very important mission. And I would also like to thank and commend our friend Imad Khalid for all his hard work on behalf of the Arab region, in particular in training. Algeria has taken part in these training sessions. We thank him warmly, and we're depending very much on what Alexandra is doing in terms of promoting underwater cultural heritage in the Arab country region. And during this Skirky Bank, we have expressed the wish that Algeria also be able to hold an in-person training session for the Arab countries in order to train young researchers in underwater cultural archaeology, not only for the Mediterranean region. So Algeria is prepared to hold a session on this in-person presence, and I would like to once again thank Lazare Elandou and his team and Mr. François Langlois for all their hard work and the exhaustive report, and indeed a very, very stimulating report on the work of the Secretariat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Delegation of Slovenia.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Dear Madam Chair and members of Secretariat, I take this opportunity to express our respect all the work presented, and I wish that the workshops under the auspices of the convention will take place also in Slovenia in the near future, especially during our preparation of the Maritime Special Plan and the project of preventive underwater archaeological research in our territorial Adriatic Sea. So thank you very much for giving me the floor, and I wish you further successful work. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to the representative of the Center of Sadar, Category 2 Center.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and I would like to congratulate you for the election of the chairing the 8th meeting of the state parties. I would also like to thank Mr. Lazar for this nice report that he provided us, and I would like to thank whole Secretariat for the effort that they are giving to the promotion of underwater cultural heritage. Our center in Zadar is happy that we could be part of the activities that were presented here. And of course, hoping in future that we will be able to fulfill even more goals that were set in front of us as a C2 center. Of course, this is all in forthcoming. This is all concerned with the forthcoming renewal process of our center. So hopefully, next period will be even more productive for us, and in next reports of the Secretariat, we will be able to present even more activities regarding the educational and promotional activities that we do. In this light, I would like just to mention shortly that our complex in Zadar is being rebuilt with the help of EU funds and help of Ministry of Culture of Croatia. And hopefully in 2 years, we will have a presentation and education center that will be opened to the public, and with main goals of promotion of underwater cultural heritage and promotion of 2001 Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now a la delegación de Paraguay.
Paraguay has the floor. The last delegation who is asked to speak. Paraguay, you have the floor. Madam Chair, many thanks for giving me the floor. We'd like to thank the Secretariat of the Convention, Lazar Alindio, for his report, and express all our support for the activities carried out. We'd also like to thank the Tunisian delegation, and very particularly the ambassador who has been chairing our previous meetings on underwater cultural heritage, and who during his mandate has given a necessary new lease of life to this convention. Madam Chair, the Republic of Paraguay is a landlocked country without sea coast, but we have a great commitment to our water and our rivers, and we therefore also have a strong commitment to our environment. This is why the convention and its framework have been so important to us in the context of UNESCO overall, when dealing with protection inter alia of underwater cultural heritage. And we would like to thank you for the different activities which have been undertaken and which are still underway. And since this is also the first time we're taking the floor, we would like, Madam Chair, to congratulate you on your election and to say you can count on Paraguay for all the work you will be called upon to do. Many thanks. Many thanks to Paraguay. Iran now has the floor.
Has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My name is Said Hadi Ahmadi. I'm from Islamic Republic of Iran, and I'm Director General for Conservation of Heritage, Archaeological Heritage, and Architectural Heritage. For last 5 years that Iran started to have activity in this field, we had a workshop in 2016 with the cooperation of UNESCO Tehran Cluster Office in the historical city of Kong, which is a historical port in the north coast of Persian Gulf. Actually, we had a plan to have the second workshop last year, which is canceled by the pandemic. Iran have more than 2,700 kilometers of coastal line it can be said that every kilometers of this coastal line have archaeological evidence, and there is a big potential of this kind of activity related to Convention 2001. We are very pioneer in, actually we are very young in this kind of activity related to Convention 2001. At the beginning of road, we try to have a center for researchers and archaeologists, conservators who excited to have activity in this field. That's why we ran a research base on the historic city of Kong. Unfortunately, we couldn't provide all the equipment we need for this research center due to the sanction and due to the pandemic. But we have planned to equip well this research base for all the Iranian and foreigner researchers who interested to work in this field. The underwater heritage in Iran still remain untouched, actually, and unknown for all the researchers. We hope to have the next workshop this winter in the Kong city with the support of UNESCO Tehran Cluster Office. And we're looking forward for having the relation with the scientific centers, universities, and the institutes who work in this field for the future activities. Once again, thanks, Madam Chairperson and the colleagues who present their activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, we'll see you. Probably we will be launching the video.
En 2007, des scientifiques font une découverte incroyable dans une grotte sous-marine du Yucatan, au Mexique. C'est l'un des plus vieux squelettes humains du continent américain et il a 13 000 ans.
Mais wesh, je vous ai demandé votre âge à vous.
Oh pardon Naya, j'avais pas vu.
Déjà que je suis morte en tombant dans ce trou à rage, j'avais genre 15 ou 16 ans. C'est vraiment claqué au sol comme mort.
Bah oui, donc t'es Keblo en crise d'ado quoi, nickel. Mais tu sais, ta découverte, ça a été un apport incroyable pour l'archéologie, parce qu'en fait, en analysant ton ADN...
Allez là, comment je suis trop une influenceuse, je fais des tests ADN et tout.
Oui, donc bref, on a pu en conclure que les premiers humains arrivés en Amérique venaient d'Asie, en passant par la Sibérie. En fait, j'avoue, en vrai, t'es un peu une influenceuse de la recherche, ouais.
Ouais, mais tu sais, faut nous respecter et nous protéger aussi, hein. Parce qu'ici, au fond de l'eau, c'est sauvage tout ce qui se passe. En 2012, il y a un de mes potes, il avait 11 000 ans s'il te plaît, il a été enlevé de sa grotte par des pilleurs.
Oui, malheureusement, les zones de vestiges subaquatiques sont extrêmement convoitées par les chasseurs de trésors, que ce soit les fonds marins, les grottes, les rivières, etc.
Ouais, et puis y a pas que ça, c'est le bazar sous l'eau avec la pêche intensive, comme le chalutage qui racle les fonds, ou les aménagements humains, genre les câbles de communication, et surtout cette pollution qui me fout en l'air mon temps de bébé. De bébés mortes, certes, mais de bébés.
Et on parle même pas du bazar que c'est quand les trésors se trouvent dans les eaux internationales.
Ah ouais, non mais c'est hyper wild là-bas, y a aucune règle.
Alors, les bateaux ils sont soumis aux lois de leur pays, mais tout ce qui se passe en dessous, en effet, c'est le Far West. C'est pour toutes ces raisons que l'UNESCO a mis en place une convention en 2001 qui vise à protéger le patrimoine culturel subaquatique, et ce notamment grâce à la coopération internationale.
Ok, et ça veut dire quoi concrètement?
Eh bien par exemple, en 2018, l'Italie a notifié à l'UNESCO la présence d'une zone à protéger au large de ses côtes au très riche potentiel archéologique, dans les bancs de Skerki. Là, ce sont des immenses récifs sous-marins qui courent sur plusieurs dizaines de kilomètres, ce qui en fait une zone de navigation très dangereuse, mais du coup avec plein d'épaves.
Bienvenue au club!
Et dans les épaves, on peut trouver énormément de choses intéressantes pour comprendre notre histoire. Des amphores, des céramiques qui contiennent des traces d'aliments, qui nous indiquent ce que les gens mangeaient, etc., etc. Et surtout, la présence d'épaves nous indique tout simplement que c'était une route maritime très empruntée, en haute mer donc. Et ce, dès l'Antiquité, pour relier Rome et Carthage.
Mais attends, y a pas que des épaves antiques ici, hein?
Ouais, en effet. Par exemple, il y a eu une grande bataille à cet endroit pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Bref, un lieu rempli d'histoire humaine nécessaire à protéger pour garder cette richesse. Alors pour la première fois, grâce à la convention de l'UNESCO de 2001, 8 États autour de la Méditerranée vont coopérer pour protéger cet endroit. L'Algérie, la Croatie, l'Égypte, l'Espagne, la France, l'Italie, le Maroc et la Tunisie qui est la coordinatrice du projet.
Bah ça me dit toujours pas ce qu'ils vont faire.
Bah ça veut dire prendre des mesures légales et physiques de protection, bien sûr, mais aussi promouvoir la recherche sur le site. La première mission scientifique de prospection devrait commencer à l'automne.
Si le Covid est d'accord.
Bref, vous aurez compris, il est très important que la coopération internationale soit une réussite dans les bancs de Skerki, car elle montrera l'exemple pour tous les prochains cas à venir.
Ouais, et pour plus qu'on se fasse pétard.
Bon, ça, vu ta mort, c'est dead, je pense. C'est le cas de le dire.
Oui, non, mais c'est tout aussi important pour vous, les vivants, hein.
En effet, le patrimoine culturel subaquatique est extrêmement important pour mieux comprendre l'histoire de l'humanité tout entière, et en plus vous en bénéficiez directement, car un autre aspect primordial de la convention, c'est de permettre au grand public de découvrir ces trésors. Ouais, la partie diffusion et même accès au public est très importante. Vous pouvez d'ailleurs déjà visiter des sites archéologiques sous-marins, comme par exemple les villas romaines submergées de Baia en Italie. Et il se trouve qu'avec Limlu, notre dessinatrice adorée, on a eu la chance d'y plonger à l'été 2018. Laissez-nous coucou. La convention de 2001 de l'UNESCO fixe donc des principes de base de protection, fournit un système de coopération entre États et donne des directives pratiques pour le traitement, la recherche et la protection de ce patrimoine qui est le bien commun de toute l'humanité et qu'il faut sauvegarder. Et en 2021, elle fête son 20e anniversaire. Depuis son adoption en 2001, elle a fait plein de trucs. Elle a mobilisé les États et ses partenaires et sensibilisé l'opinion publique pour prévenir le pillage des sites subaquatiques. Il y a aussi un conseil consultatif scientifique et technique composé de 14 archéologues qui a été créé et qui entreprend des missions sur le terrain pour soutenir les États dans leurs efforts de protection de leur patrimoine culturel subaquatique. L'UNESCO a aussi mis en place un réseau universitaire pour l'archéologie sous-marine réunissant près de 30 universités, ainsi qu'un vaste réseau d'ONG professionnels pour appuyer l'application de la Convention. Un code de déontologie pour la plongée sur les sites archéologiques immergés a aussi été élaboré et comme ça garantit un accès responsable au site par le grand public. Enfin, des formations sont dispensées par l'UNESCO pour former les professionnels du patrimoine culturel subaquatique à travers le monde, mais aussi des campagnes de sensibilisation du grand public et cette vidéo évidemment en fait partie. Et nous, on remercie l'UNESCO pour ce joli partenariat.
Years. 20 años no es nada.
20 years is nothing, as the Tenga says.
Now to Mr. Lazar, so he can give his comments to certain questions have been placed by the delegations. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like just very quickly, first of all, to thank all the states parties who have taken the floor for their encouraging words and their appreciation of the work that has been undertaken in the last 2 years. You're quite right, of course, to note in particular that we must carry on increasing the number of training and consciousness-raising initiatives, and we need to go on in this way, showing the importance of this convention to those member states that have not yet become part of this amazing instrument. I'd also like very quickly to say that we entirely agree with you as to the importance of regional cooperation, as you mentioned, and also the importance of supporting initiatives that are undertaken in different regions, because these are the institutions and the universities working on these matters who count. They are the ones who make it possible for us to pass along messages and to see the different tools and mechanisms really put at the service of member states in the languages that are the most useful in those regions. It's exactly the case of what we're beginning to see in the Arab countries region and the University of Alexandria. Madam Chair, another thing which is very important for us and very satisfying is the news we're getting, for instance, the Netherlands, who have announced their intention to become part of the convention. I think that's very encouraging news indeed for states parties. We're also very grateful for the announcement made by Algeria about their financial contribution to support the mission, which should be setting forth in the autumn. I think this is also very important, and these are activities or local initiatives for young people. I think that all of the comments that were made were very encouraging, particularly the opinions expressed by small island states, who are very important, of course. Let me conclude with the specific question that was asked by the distinguished delegate from Togo as to the project which we are implementing with financing from Japan. To say that we have effectively already begun some activities, and in particular practical training, which started in Kenya. And we will continue with a new training module in a few days. I think these forms of training are very important, and South Africa's comments as well showed for Africa that these forms of training are a real value added. And I shouldn't neglect all the other forms of training that have been organized for Africa. I think the distinguished delegate from Senegal in his earlier remarks mentioned these. So we will continue to make the Africa region a priority, and the regions where sites exist will, of course, be priorities. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Voy a dar la palabra al director.
I shall give the floor to ADG Ernesto Otone, who has some remarks to make concerning the different ideas put forth by delegates. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, if you'll just give me a quick moment, it was basically to thank the distinguished delegates for their remarks concerning the progress that's been made and for the Secretariat's report. I'd also remind you that in 2018, when it was proposed to the member states to have a small reorganization of the sector so as to see the type of results we have today, I think showed that two things were correct. First of all, the idea to stop thinking that there are mother conventions which are big and daughter conventions which are small. I think we need to give greater autonomy, but also more intersectorality with other conventions. And this, I think, following the same secretariat, the three conventions, 54, 70, and 2001, and to see the different ratifications of different instruments has shown us, I think, that that was a correct position to take. And then when we have a look, secondly, at how we've been working in the last year and more, in spite of the pandemic, the intersectorality we've been able to see, in particular with the intervention of the DG for the Oceanic Commission, thank you, Chair, but also the work that's being done with the marine side of 72, I think allows us to have a global vision of the work which is being done in such an important space for humanity, not simply for countries, I'd say, and this is what we've seen in the ratification of some countries that don't have coastlines, but who, however, consider that this is a relevant problem for their countries. And then finally, as Lazare has announced, in coming years, we will be paying particular attention to two groups. One, over and above everything that we're already rolling out, it has to do with the Asia region, where, in fact, the rate of adhesion to this instrument is in fact fairly low, and we think that we need to focus on this and work on this perhaps in a somewhat different way, and then also with the sites in a very specific way, taking into account that there are 24 small island states that have not ratified this convention, and we think that in everything that is going on with these small insular developing states, the work we're doing here is of primordial importance. We also need to recognize the work that's done by the STAB and the Secretariat so as to make this instrument something effective, something important, both for research and for training. Many thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ottone. So now we'll go on to have a look at the resolution that I think we already see on the screen.
Given the time limitations we have, if there is any delegation that has some comments to make, I give the floor. Otherwise, we will go paragraph by paragraph, adopting them. Paragraph 1, if there's no comment, we'll adopt it. Paragraph 2, is there any comment related to this? We adopt it. Paragraph 3, prompt note avec satisfaction, adopted. Paragraph 4, thanks Croatia, France, Japan, Panama, Spain, Switzerland, the Netherlands, adopted. 5, encourage the Secretariat to continue efforts. No comments, adopted. Paragraph 6 welcomes the fruitful cooperation among state parties. Adopted. Paragraph 7 also welcomes the celebration of the 20th anniversary. Adopted. Paragraph 8 calls on state parties to provide financial support. The delegation of Grenada has the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I wanted to intervene because it was so fast, and I would like to see the previous paragraphs, if you allow me to go back. According to what was said by ADG Culture and by what our intervention and Cuba's intervention, yes, in paragraph 5, when we talk about pursue intersectoral and intrasectoral, we could, if it is acceptable to you, Madam Chair, and it's acceptable to the room, pursue intersectoral and intrasectoral cooperation, because ADG Culture also mentioned the World Heritage Convention, and maybe we can here promote this cooperation with the World Heritage, the marine sites of the World Heritage Convention. So, if possible, to pursue intersectoral and intrasectoral cooperation with the IOC and the World Heritage Convention, if accepted.
Taking note of your suggestion, we will be correcting on the screen the paragraph, the original paragraph. That would.
I think that you, Madam Chair, if you allow me, I think that, yeah, we can use it, intra-sectoral.
Does that reflect your proposal?
And to add at the end, the World Heritage, the whole title of the World Heritage or the 1972 Convention on the protection of the natural and cultural heritage. If the Secretariat could put the whole title, the exact title, yes. Yeah, if it's acceptable, yes.
That's it?
Yes, World Heritage Convention.
I've been told or suggested to keep it, the Convention of the World Heritage Convention, and not the 1972. And the World Heritage Convention will read. The 1972 will be erased, and that's it. The way it's been written, no, 1972 doesn't go. Whoever is writing. From the Secretariat. We'll read and the World Heritage Convention. That's it. Is that okay to all the delegations? The proposal from Grenada that takes into account the proposal of Cuba also. Okay. No comments?
Thank you very much.
We'll adopt paragraph 6 amended, and then we amend
Señora
the...
Presidenta, estamos solicitando la palabra.
We're asking for the floor, Madam Chair. Cuba has the floor. Sorry. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, I'm sorry, we have our hand raised, but perhaps there's some technical difficulty. First of all, I'd like to thank the delegate of Grenada for her amendment. And also, precisely as we were saying in our remarks, the Convention of 1970 is also a convention that has an important space, because when underwater heritage is a victim of pillaging, it's also then often a victim of illicit trade in cultural items. And it seems to us, therefore, that it is an important convention where we need to go on developing working synergies. Thank you.
Gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
We would like to suggest that since this convention is working also with the 2003 convention, to propose a text that would include all the conventions, in the sense that we will be adding after 2030 and all the UNESCO cultural conventions that would take into account all the ones that are all the UNESCO cultural conventions, if it satisfies the proposal from the delegations of Cuba and Grenada. Would that be okay, or would you like to have them step? Algeria is requesting the floor, the delegation of Algeria.
Merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. You got in there before me. It's very important to bring out that aspect, in fact, because not only is 1972 an important convention, because the specificity of 2001 is that it works in entire synergy with all other conventions, particularly that of 1972. And also that of intangible heritage. We shouldn't forget that underwater heritage is not only underwater, but it's also in interaction with activities of human society and the action of the sea and of people's relationship with the sea. So all of these societal synergies revolving around underwater heritage must be taken on board. That's why I think we need to work in that context and cooperating closely with the other conventions, especially 2003 and 1970. I think that's an excellent initiative that you've just taken. It is obviously a bit global, but we need to think about this option in the future as well for the development and advancement of our convention so that it may be global. This should not be something narrowly defined and only linked to underwater heritage itself. There's a whole societal dimension as well with activities on the sea and shipbuilding, a whole variety of areas that are also very important for the convention we are discussing today. Thank you very much. Cuba has the floor. Yes, many thanks, Madam Chair. We wouldn't have any objections to this proposal. We're simply having a bit of doubt about Convention 2005, which is also a cultural convention, and which is a bit further away from the convention we're talking about today, because we're talking about protection of diversity of cultural expression. Perhaps the Secretariat could give us some elements here, or perhaps it has some specificities, which means in 1970 and 2003 and 1972, those are all conventions that have more interactive force here. But it seems to me 2005 is also a cultural convention, but it's more linked to the expression on protection of cultural diversity. In any case, we're in your hands here, Madam Chair, and we will not oppose the consensus. Thank you very much, and we'll give the floor to Mr. Otone so that he can clarify us on this point. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the idea here of including all of the conventions doesn't allow us to avoid having future discussions. Today, in particular, we're talking about digitalization, and we're having a look at our strategic vision. And here, the different proposals that are being made by Skirky banks include new technology, for instance. And that, in turn, concerns the 2001 convention. So I would leave rather open the possibility of interacting with all conventions as a normal practice of the cultural sector. But of course, you are the ones who will exactly define how this should occur. Many thanks. And I'll give the floor to Senegal.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully agree with the proposal put forward by Algeria and Cuba. In fact, the conventions of 72 and 2003 do interact with our convention. In the case of Senegal, we have the so-called civilizations of the peoples of the water, and there are many intangible practices of those groups that relate to water and that underpin or determine the know-how, the transitions, and the rights and customs of those peoples. And for the preservation of the underwater heritage, that's very important. So I think that we should extend this to include all conventions. So I would agree about that. But I think we should note that the 2003 and the 2005 really interact most closely with the 2001. Thank you, says the chair. And I give the floor to the delegation of Mexico.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just think that we should also include a reference to creative industries.
Secretariado, por cierto, queremos felicitar.
And I would congratulate the Secretariat for the video that we have seen. And I think that we need to see how we can, through interaction of the conventions, have this close interaction of the publics concerned. And I think that...
En español.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. I thank the delegation of Mexico. Any other delegations? If not, we can move on to adopting the convention, and that it is so decided. We move on to the next item, namely item number 7. As I said yesterday, we will deal with item 6 tomorrow after item 12. So I give the floor to Mr. Lazar, or perhaps another member of the Secretariat, for the introduction of item 7.
Amendments to the operational guidelines, point 7, will be introduced by Madame Ulrike Guerra.
Yes. Thank you very much. The point 7 has been taken forward in the agenda, and you will find actually 3 parts in this item 7. The first part, it's basically all on the changement of the operational guidelines. And the first part will be on in situ preservation. As you will remember from the last session of the meeting of states parties, there was a decision and a recommendation from the Internal Oversight Service in the audit to work more on the explanation of the concept of in situ preservation. You will remember that the Convention says in its Article 2, paragraph 5, that the preservation in situ of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as a first option before allowing or engaging in any activities directed at this heritage. It's also later mentioned in the annex. So after this recommendation of the Internal Oversight Service, this has been endorsed, this work has been endorsed by the meeting of states parties, and the staff has been working on that issue. So you find now in the Annex 1 a revision of the operational guidelines of the chapter that actually already talks about in situ preservation. And you will see that there's also already 2 proposals that have been made yesterday evening by Belgium and by Switzerland, to work further on this text. This is the first part, Annex 1. Then you see the Annex 2 that is talking about the examples of best practice. We will have 3 parts. You remember that in 2011, the meeting of states parties had decided to designate examples of best practice. 12 such examples have been already been designated. And in its practical work, the staff found that there should be some adaptations be made, some improvements be made. And there has been the working session that has been organized. There have also been several resolutions been taken already by the meeting of states parties on that issue in the last sessions. And there is a part of housekeeping in the adaptation of the operational guidelines that you will see in the adapted text that we have put in the working document for you. And you will, of course, also see that there is, in the end, a form that is made available, new form, for proposing and also re-evaluating best practice proposals. When you look directly at the text that we will put on, you will see that there's always 2 columns. 2 columns, and the first column is what we originally had in the operational guidelines. You will see the old text, clean as it was, so that is what the basis what we start from. And then you will see on the right-hand side a column with the new proposals that are made. So first, when you look at the in situ preservation table, you will see that new wording is marked in simple bold. Then there is also a new proposal made from Belgium and a new proposal made from Switzerland in blue. Maybe when we afterwards put it up, we can say this again. And you will then afterwards see that in the best practice table, there is a little deviation, because there we had to also put in decisions that you already had taken. So there you will find wording already adopted by resolutions of the meeting of states parties in simple bold, while new wording is marked in bold and underlined. So there is a lot of housekeeping, things that you already decided and that we just now put in so that this is all clean, available for everyone in the operational guidelines. We will recall this during the discussions again so that you do not err, because there's a lot of bold, underline bold, and strike through. And then we have the application form that you also might look at. And we recall to you that there has been work done lately on the logo of UNESCO, actually. And as operational guidelines talk a lot about the logo of the convention, evidently, we suggest that you just give us the permission to adapt the operational guidelines and put in the new logo as it is now for the organization. This is just also housekeeping and cleaning work. Nothing surprising, nothing new, but it has to be done so that the operational guidelines are up to date. I think that is what is to be said, and I return the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulrike. I'm going to I'm going to try to suggest a procedure so that we are all centered on what the discussion is going to be about. To start, we are looking at document UCH 21/8 MSP 7. The presentation by Madame Guerra took two items. The first one relates to amendments suggested for Chapter 3, Item E, on the matter of in situ preservation. And the second one deals with amendments to the points related to best practices. In order to go and to look into these issues orderly, let's just start the discussion with the point that relates to in situ preservation, that relates to paragraph 37 in the document, page 5. And let's go just at this moment to look into this matter, the one that relates to in situ best practices. We'll look at it after we finish with the discussion. So I open the floor now to the delegations that have comments on the proposed amendments as they are in page 5, starting page 5 of the document 21/8 in relation to in situ preservation and excavation, Article 37. Only, we'll be looking at this moment, only those points. Best practices will look after that. So I'll open the floor now. The first delegation is the delegation of France, to whom I give the floor. La delegación de la France.
The delegation of France has the floor. France, you have the floor.
Ils sont ici. They are not online. I'll give the floor to the delegation of St. Vincent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I suggest to see the paragraph on the screen, paragraph by paragraph, to be able to amend the proposals. I think it is the best way to advance in the work. I mean, if I may, I can suggest, because we have amendments, and I mean, it is the only way to advance in the work, if you allow me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your suggestion. It's already in the screen. I'll give the floor now to the delegation of Switzerland.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Chairperson. The convention and its rules stipulated that in situ preservation is a key concept for the preservation of UCH, and the objection of these amendments is to specify, is to make this concept more precise and not to relativize it. So we support the changes as proposed, and we're in favor of the amendment that you see on the screen, because we think that it is important to insist that in situ is a priority approach. I mean, there can be other ways of preserving UCH, but in situ preservation is preferable. And we want to make that crystal clear with our amendment. So we support the revision in general, and in particular the additions in subsequent paragraphs, with the strengthening of the wording as proposed. Without that, we would remain with the ambiguity of the initial text, and that would weaken the concept of in situ preservation, which cannot be, of course, the aim of these amendments. Thank you, says the chair. And I give the floor now to the delegation of Belgium.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta, para otorgarme la palabra.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. To begin with, since Belgium is taking the floor for the first time, we would like to congratulate you on your election to this position, and I shall continue in English.
By the step, which we thank for the very interesting and the good work, we would like just to add a little sentence, a short sentence, as is shown on the screen. It doesn't change the meaning of the amendment, but it makes things a little bit more. It clarifies a little bit the things. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you. And I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Togo. The delegation of Togo has the floor, if that delegation is connected. Madam Chairperson, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Yes, sir. Please continue. Madam Chair, the work has been done by the STAB in an in-depth manner. And the point with respect to which we had some lengthy discussion, it really concerned the translation of the term in situ preservation into the French, conservation in situ. Because in fact, conservation in situ is not an appropriate term in French. It's just not used. No one says conservation in situ. I mean, preservation means everything that's legal. It's a legal form of protection. And then you have to add to preservation the identification. So a site that has been identified has to be surrounded with some form of warning. And the international, the IOM needs to take into consideration the 2001 convention in order that once the discovery has been made, once that the first option has been chosen, that is to say, the ideal of in situ preservation, then the next step is to identify exactly where this is, where the site is, and to have warnings related to it. And then if a vessel stops near there, then one can determine whether this involves looting or not. But conservation in French would mean removing the heritage objects from the water and keeping them elsewhere. So conservation in situ really doesn't mean. And so really we need to talk about in situ preservation. In French, one doesn't say conservation in situ. It doesn't mean anything. And I mean, UNESCO wants us to be very clear on concepts. So let's make sure that that is the case. It's UNESCO itself that has noted that there is some ambiguity in the way things are expressed in the documentation. So we need to make an effort and to make sure that in situ preservation is in fact translated into in situ préservation in French. I mean, in situ means on the spot. Conservation in situ, I mean, you know, back from 14 September 2001, that started to be used, but it doesn't mean anything. And we want to make sure that future generations will use the right wording. So, the thrust then of my statement is to ask that the French translation is carefully analyzed and corrected. As for all the rest, I agree with everything that has been proposed by way of amendments to the operational guidelines. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
To pinpoint to the issue that we are dealing here with amendments to operational guidelines. We are not dealing with amendments to the Constitution that is the basis of our convention. In Spanish, it says preservation in situ, preservación. In English, it says preservation in situ. And in French, it says conservation in situ. Since we are not going to enter into a debate of the terms in its translation into these 6 different official languages of our organization, I will suggest to the delegation to stick to the proposals of the staff that responds to a suggestion of the audit that was made and stay within the proposals as they are in paragraph 37 of the document that we have in front of us in the screen. The proposals for amendment of the operational guidelines are to start with point that says the term first option does not mean only option, and so on. So we will be looking at the proposals to the amendments of the guidelines, not of the Constitution. Following, I'll give the floor to the delegation of St. Vincent, followed by Spain, and then the delegation of France. St. Vincent has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard carefully Togo on the definition of in situ and preservation in situ, and I heard also Belgium, and I agree with my colleague from Belgium on his comment. What I would like to suggest, the term, what is in bold, the first amendment made by the staff, the term first option does not mean only option, but means that this option must be the first to be considered. I prefer to replace it by what is in the basic principles of the convention. And I would say, if you allow me, Madam Chair, if we can change this wording, I would suggest, instead of this first sentence, to put the in situ preservation. We can amend, Madam Chair. There are typists to amend.
Continue, please.
Yes, I would prefer to keep what it is the basic principles of the convention. The in situ preservation.
Who has
the in situ preservation? Do you want me to put it in the chat, Madam Chair, the sentence?
Just a moment. I'm trying to find out who will be handling the...
Okay.
Your proposal is, please repeat your proposal.
Yes. the in situ preservation of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the first and preferred option before allowing or engaging in any activities directed at this heritage. It is a basic principle. And I suggest to remove the proposal, the term first option does not mean, we cannot put it in the guidelines. So I prefer this wording. The first and preferred option before allowing or engaging in any activities directed at this heritage.
Period.
Yes.
Thank you.
And yes, this will replace the proposal, the term first option, etc. And regarding the Belgium proposal,
the following sentence would not be included then.
No, the term
first option will be scratched.
No, yes, please.
Okay, that's the suggestion of the delegation of St. Vincent. Now I'll give the floor to the delegation of Spain.
Hola, buenos.
Good afternoon. Since it's the first time I'm taking the floor, I just wanted to congratulate our chair from Panama for her election and also to commend her for the way that she's conducting our work. Concerning these amendments to the guidelines, Spain can support Belgium's proposal because for this instrument, this is something that's actually already practiced, and it's and whether the conservation or preservation word be used, the concept of in situ is very clear, and so we do think that it's important for the operational guidelines to actually set down that it's important to have the appropriate authorities overseeing this. Concerning the proposal that we have put forward, we felt that it was going along the same lines. And so we want to thank the STAB that had been working for this definition of in situ preservation. And so we feel that that definition and actually does dovetail with the fact that it should be the first or preferred option, but not the only option. So as long as that remains clear, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Spain. France has the floor now.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Part of what I wanted to say has already been responded to, but to satisfy the curiosity of some delegations and to respond to what has been said, I would just like to mention that among French archaeologists with whom I've been working for 42 years, the term conservation in situ has been used. It's perfectly well understood. I can understand the concern of the representative of Togo who wants to come back to a debate that we had for many hours within the STAB. I can understand his concern, but for more than 40 years, the term conservation in situ has been used and is perfectly well understood. Now, I worked on this together with many other colleagues within the STAB. And why did we want to propose changes to this text? Well, it turned out over the years and in all parts of the world, it turned out that the convention was often poorly understood as being very restrictive, that in situ preservation was virtually an exclusive choice and one had no other choice whatsoever. And a lot of archaeologists encouraged their governments not to ratify the convention because they thought that that would limit their possibilities of doing research. So it seemed to the STAB that it was essential to underscore that the convention does not limit archaeological underwater research, but it's simply that in situ preservation is the priority, and in some cases, in many cases, more intrusive ways of proceeding might be fully justified. So the STAB has worked very hard on this to come up with a sentence that would be comprehensible to all archaeologists and that would incite them to incite their governments to ratify the convention. Now, of course, I was involved in the evaluation of the convention. Many colleagues contributed to that, and this concern was expressed by a lot, that the text is not very well understood and that this is an obstacle to ratification of the convention. And I think it's in the interest of all of us to encourage ratification of the convention, and that is why we want to clean up the text and to make it crystal clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegation of France. I would like, before giving the floor to other delegations, to ask the delegate of France if he is in agreement with the proposals made by the delegation of St. Vincent at this stage.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Indeed, Madam Chairperson. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can hear you. Please continue. Sorry. Yes, what I wanted to say is that all of these sentences say the same thing. I mean, you want to put it one way or another, St. Vincent, Belgium. I mean, these are all reflect the ideas behind the work done by the STAB over these years. I mean, we don't prohibit research, we don't prohibit taking samples, and so on. But we could end up with 3 sentences that say the same thing. So let's say it was just one sentence. Thank you very much. And I give the floor to the delegation of Algeria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With your leave, Madam Chair, I would like to take the floor as head of STAB concerning this particular proposed amendment. I just wanted to underscore that this work was undertaken during our lengthy working sessions with my colleagues in the STAB, who are scientists of significant renown, and they really did consider the different aspects of these directives. And so the approach that we opted for this work here was to try to make it as clear as possible and clarify the concepts so that they would be readable and so that they would be understandable the way that they are intended. So this was more of a working tool rather than literature. So naturally, I can but echo what Michel was saying, who has also been very involved in this work. And I just wanted to come back to the idea of in situ preservation. This might be quite. This might be specific to the French language, but preservation and conservation we are not actually the same thing. We are scientists and not technicians. So when we do our work, we stick to the scientific rigor of the day, and I just wanted to say that work is a kind of a breakdown of the concept of in situ conservation or in situ preservation. And so there's a glossary that STAB has come up with And we looked at every term in that when we did our work. What we're trying to do is make it readable, make it a usable text, and to compile everything, to collate everything into one place. That is the wording used in the convention, in the operational guidelines, to make it as easy as possible to read. And we actually had lengthy discussions on this when we were looking at at their amendments. And so I think what you're looking at here is the result of all of our work. And naturally, you are sovereign as states parties to adopt the ultimate wording. All we can do is try to suggest the reasons why we did what we did. Thank you. Thank you. Now Egypt has the floor.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, I just want to double what my colleagues Michel Nour and Tawfiq Hamoum has mentioned. And when we discussed this for hours and hours and hours, we also considered the translation to other languages, like in Arabic, because it was a bit unclear, if I may say. At first, if you translate this in Arabic, you might think it is, something that should be done and has to be done, and it's the only thing to be done. So I support what my colleagues have been saying to maintain the text that has been discussed for many hours by experts, just to make it as clear as possible. There is no point of making it abridged or shortened, so it acquires ambiguity. So it's preferable to be slightly lengthy but clear and doesn't need much of interpretation afterwards, because this was the original situation. There was a lot of vague areas for interpretation, which is not supporting the case. So again, I support my colleagues in maintaining the text that has been discussed for many hours.
Let me ask you, do you support also the proposal made by the delegation of St. Vincent?
No, I think it should be originally kept as it is.
Pardon?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much.
I'll give the floor now to la delegación de la Suisse.
Swiss delegation, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and forgive me for taking the floor again. Thank you to St. Vincent for that proposal, which we can agree with, and we would actually prefer to see ours withdrawn in favour of St. Vincent's one. This in situ preservation is a broadly recognized archaeological term, using conservation in situ in French. And the scientists agree on this term, so please do not be afraid of seeing it mentioned in this text of the operational guidelines. I think that what St. Vincent suggests actually really does reflect what we're hoping for here, which is a little bit of elbow room when it comes to the alternatives should in situ preservation be impossible. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Delegate of Grenada. Delegation of Grenada has the floor. She isn't here. Yeah, but she's not listening. The delegation of Grenada has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard Benin. I'm sorry. I was not aware that you were calling me. Madam Chair, my delegation is in favor of the amendment presented by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I thank Switzerland for their proposal and the deletion of this proposal, because it goes in the same line with the amendment of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Nevertheless, I think that what is said by the amendment in blue of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is repeated in the first sentence of paragraph 37. So maybe everything there is already in blue. So I propose to delete it. And I would like to say that my delegation is in favor of the Belgium. Yes, delete the first, please, sentence now selected. Yes, thank you. And my delegation is in favor of the Belgium amendment. And I would like to say, Madam Chair, that we are very thankful to the staff members for the discussions and for the proposals. We really appreciate it. They are inspiring us. We really appreciate their work and their efforts. Nevertheless, we think that it is clearer when we try to amend it to be understood by the general public and the concerned authorities. So this is why we may amend their proposals, but we do appreciate what they have proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to know if there are delegations that do not agree or think different to the proposal in the screen presented by St. Vincent and the Grenadines for paragraph 37. I will ask the Secretary to clean that text in red, blue, and black and see how it would be a semi-final text, because so far I have heard agreement with the proposal of St. Vincent, even from members of the staff that work on these proposals. So I would suppose that there is a general agreement to the proposal of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for paragraph 37 of the operational guidelines, and it will read as paragraph 37. It will read as, can we complete cleaning that, please? Because there's a Belgian proposal at the end that do not go against it. So we will start the in situ preservation of underwater cultural heritage should be considered the preferred and the first option before allowing or engaging any activities directed at underwater cultural heritage. Point. Then we'll continue. In situ preservation may include, then it has the different mentions, and at the end, the last paragraph, the last sentence will read, however, this, yes, I have other delegations. This, I'm sorry, but I cannot read them. What are we talking about here? We have 2 delegations that have submitted amendments to the original text. Please keep the, however, these non-intrusive and minimally intrusive activities, even when conducted for the benefit of in situ preservation, should first be authorized by the competent authorities. So that would be it. The paragraph 37 would be it. No, don't give it. I can see it now. I'll give the floor now to the delegation of Senegal.
Madam Chair, I was trying to send my proposed wording in the chat, and that was actually to support the St. Vincent approval. And thank you very much for having the text cleaned up, because it makes it a bit easier to read. So that was all I was actually trying to say. So now, if this notion of the terminology in situ preservation or conservation in situ in French is now clearer to us. So conservation is the more commonly used word in French, so we're happy with that. We're satisfied. Thank you. Thank you very much. St. Vincent has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be coherent with my sentence taken from the Bible of the Convention, please, I just rectify, shall be considered the first and preferred. The first and preferred option. Yes, before allowing or engaging in any activities. Thank you. In any activities.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the President of the staff, Ms. Hamon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for all of these initiatives. I think that the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent actually just took the words out of my mouth. The word preferred option is something that we discussed a lot when we were working on this proposed amendment. And indeed, preferred is not actually our favorite word. We'd rather have something referring to priority. Because the idea is here to preserve heritage. So instead of having preferences, we need to have priorities. So we would rather see the word priority. That would be our preference. So consider the first and top priority option. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there is a proposal from the head of the STAB to use instead priority instead of preferred.
Primera.
So it would be the first and top priority option. First and priority option.
There's no top there. First and priority option before allowing. Is there any delegation that would like to make an objection to this proposal in the terms that the text is in the screen? Otherwise, I suppose we will agree with it and we'll continue into the next paragraph.
Madame la Présidente.
France, you have the floor.
Oui, merci, Madame la.
Yes, thank you very much. I can see that it's difficult. When we raise our hand, it's not always easy to see. I do think that we need to perhaps go back to the original text because either these two terms, priority and preferred, have either first and priority have the same meaning, or they don't. I think the original wording was very clear when it talked about l'option prioritaire in French. So if we're talking about in situ preservation, then the priority option is in situ. That's the essential meaning, and in scientific terms, that is the formula we would normally use. So I think if you're saying it's first and priority, then it seems a bit redundant. I think it's either first or priority. Thank you very much. Thank you.
J'imagine.
I imagine that we could actually consider another option. And that is either look at the words of Article 2 of the Constitution when it talks about objectives under item 5, when it says in situ preservation should be considered the priority option before engaging in any activities or before authorizing any activities.
Exactly point 5 of Article 2 of our convention, so that there is no doubt of what we're talking about. So we will be quoting in point 37 of the operational guidelines, point 5 of Article 2 of our convention. So it will say the in situ preservation of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the priority option before any other kind of intervention, as it says. Don't quote me because I'm not reading the English text. Just a minute. The English text says for point 5, the preservation in situ of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the first option. Here we are facing a situation where, because of our language, chacun dans son langue,
each one speaking their own language,
says first option. In Spanish, it says opción prioritaria, and in Francés, it says opción prioritaire. So, in order not to get confused, because we're not here to edit a text that is already in the convention, we would have to go back to our convention and quote it in this point 37. So it will read as follows, using the English text. The preservation in situ of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the first option before allowing or engaging in any activities directed at this heritage, period. In situ, then it will continue. In situ preservation may include, then it listed the ones that have been suggested by the staff, and at the end it will continue. However, this non-intrusive and minimal, whoever is cleaning the text, please help me with the last paragraph. I cannot see it. Just to be clear on what we are approving here. So we will quote point 5 of Article 2 of the Convention exactly as it was signed in English, then we'll look at the other languages after that. So it will say the in situ preservation of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the first option before allowing or engaging in any activities directed at the heritage. Who is writing? It's the original text. The only thing that will change is what it includes. We're adding the second paragraph that says in situ preservation may include the list there suggested by the staff, and then it will continue. However, these non-intrusive and minimal intrusive activities, even when, and then I cannot read because it's not on the screen, okay. However, these non-intrusive and minimal intrusive activities, even when conducted for the benefit of in situ preservation, should first be authorized by the competent authorities. So please help me clean the last sentences, the last ones. Activities should be all that is scratched. Get rid of that, all that. No. Just paragraph 37. Okay, get rid of that. What is in red, get rid of it. Okay, then we'll go to the first line of this. Okay, thank you. The in situ preservation of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the first option before allowing or engaging in any activities directed at this heritage. In situ preservation may include non-intrusive or minimal intrusive scientific activities such as and then we'll go, however, these non-intrusive and minimally intrusive activities, even when conducted for the benefit of an in situ preservation, should first be authorized by the competent authorities. That's it. I give the floor now to the colleague from Grenada.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor. And I do agree with the text on the screen. Nevertheless, I wanted to say that what my colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines has proposed is coming from the general principles. It is also an official text where it is said the first and preferred option. We can stick to the language of the convention, of course, but as we saw that the convention itself is using the three words themselves. So I'm flexible. We can add, if it gives more clarity to the text, the first and preferred option, or we can keep it like this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Belgium has the floor. Belgica.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Finds it a little bit pity that we are losing, but not the only. We would like to add in the first part of the phrase, the in situ preservation of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the first, but not the only option. I believe that was the intent of the stop, to add this to make that ratifications would come easier and that people would not be scared by this severe statement. So I would like to add, but not the only. That would leave the meaning as it was foreseen by the step. Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate.
I agree with you. We have gone all around the circles. Is there any delegation that would object to including first but not the only option to this text as it's in the screen? I have the delegate from St. Vincent requesting the floor. You have the floor, Madam.
Madam Chair, not the only, it was in the first proposal. So we did all this amendment to remove not the only. And I do agree with my colleague from Grenada to add as the first and preferred option and to remove not the only, please. Thank you.
So your suggestion to...
I don't agree with the amendment of Belgium. I'm sorry.
Your proposal is to add first and prefer.
And preferred, yes, as in the basic principles.
And
yes.
Prefer option.
Yes. And to delete, but not the only. We know very well that it is not the only, but it should not be done, put in the guidelines. I mean, it is not in the convention constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Egypt has the floor.
Yes, Madame la Présidente, the whole idea behind the guidelines to explain the convention is to make the convention clearer to people. So, I think any addition that can clarify meanings and can be interpreted in different languages, same meaning, should be there. There is no, I don't think there is a reason for abstracting the guidelines, so it's still ambiguous, and we end up with another copy of the convention. The whole idea here is to make things clear. So I support my colleague from Belgium, and I think the more clear we can make the text, the better it is. This is what the STEP has been doing for many meetings, just to clarify things and make it easy to comprehend. Maybe we understand this. Maybe people who have been involved in the convention understand this, but this is not just meant for us. It's meant for the public, it's meant for the decision makers and for the politicians. And we want to make life easier for them, basically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the request from the delegation of Switzerland. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Support St. Vincent's solution, as we think that the but not the only is of course true, because preferred is already indicating that there might be other options, but to put it there is kind of introducing as if it was either or, and it's the first and preferred option, and the other things they come later, and we do agree that this should not be mentioned here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other delegation? Grenada.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving. Thank you for giving me the floor. I agree with my colleague from Switzerland and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have the details in the text in black, so we don't agree on putting not the only. It is very explicit, and to state it here at the beginning of the in situ paragraphs in the guidelines is weakening the concept itself. And Madam Chair, I would like to say that the operational guidelines are here to help the implementation, but not to rewrite the convention. So we will not agree on not the only one here in the beginning of the paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, it's up to the chair, it seems. The interventions this afternoon in this matter, with the exception of the proposal of Belgium, go along with a text that gives an ample possibilities to the member states in understanding, especially those ones that are not experts in this matter, what in situ preservation is. Since many of the member states do not count upon all the facilities and resources, financials or technical, to go about in situ preservation in situ, in the sense that keep them where they are, or access to them in a very convenient and easy way, I would suggest to the member states of this assembly, of this meeting, to adopt the text as suggested by the delegate of St. Vincent, in the sense that it will read, the in situ preservation of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered as the first and preferred option before allowing engaging in any activities directed at this heritage. Understanding that the guidelines are guidelines to help the countries interpret the constitution of the convention and go about their responsibilities to comply with this convention. This for now, We will continue into the other paragraph before adopting the resolution, so much more there is to discuss yet. I give the floor to Senegal and then to la Délégation de la France.
Senegal, to be followed by France. Senegal, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to support what has been said. I mean, if you say that something is a priority, it makes it very clear that there are other options. So I think that we should just adopt the proposal of St. Vincent, and I think that that would cover all of the concerns. I mean, if you say priority, it's clear that it's not the only one, so we don't need to say that it's not the only one. Now, if the colleague from Belgium wants to clarify things too much, then it can weaken the text. I mean, the in situ preservation is really the cornerstone of the convention. Thank you. France has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm very sorry, but this is no doubt a semantic problem. But I understand that the two terms in the convention, preferred and priority, are both used. But what is a preferred option and what is a priority option? If you say to someone that an option is preferred and priority, I think that this is a pleonasm. You're just overloading it. You're saying essentially the same thing. For me, there is no difference between preferred and priority, so I don't really understand. I mean, I'm quite happy to accept the text just so that we can make progress, but it does seem to me that it's poor semantics, and to have both terms is excessive. So, not the only one could be said, but I mean, if there is a distinction, then there's a contradiction. If there's not a distinction, then it's a pleonasm. Thank you.
We'll keep this paragraph in brackets and we'll continue. Point 38 now. We're going to look at paragraph 38. Paragraph 38 of this document, page 6. I will ask Madame Guérin to read it, please.
The concept of in situ preservation is an active concept that should include both legal and practical protection measures. In situ preservation shall be associated with the establishment, maintenance and updating of inventories of underwater cultural heritage, as well as management and monitoring measures authorized by the competent authorities. Yes, we confirm that's a new paragraph that comes from the elaborations of the STAB.
Any comments on this new paragraph proposed by STAB, which no doubt is much clearer about what is the concept we are talking about? Grenada has the floor, the delegation of Grenada.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor, and thank you to the STAB for this proposal. And also, I would like to say, because I didn't have the chance to say to Enrique, that it's a pleasure to see her in virtual form. Madam Chair, I would like to add, after as well as management, to say as well as management of in situ protection and monitoring measures authorized by the competent authorities. Yes, thank you, if it's accepted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other delegation has any comments on this new paragraph and the amendment proposed by the delegation of Grenada? No? I don't see any other delegation.
Panamá está pidiendo la palabra.
Ah, Panamá tiene la palabra.
Panama, you have the floor. Panama, please, you have the floor.
La delegación de Panamá tiene la palabra.
The delegation of Panama has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. In fact, this paragraph number 38, in its first sentence, refers to the concept of in situ preservation, and then subsequently says that there should be monitoring measures and so on put in place rapidly as a function of specific needs to ensure preservation of the heritage. So, I thank you, Panama, says the chair. We'll withdraw that proposal.
De texto, punto 38.
So, no further request for the floor on 38, so that's dealt with. We move to paragraph 39. 39.
Baixate. Can you read, please, can you read paragraph 39? Paragraph 39.
Intrusive activities directed at underwater cultural heritage, among others, scientific excavations, whether partial or total, preventive or rescue excavations, and the recovery of artifacts may be considered, or in some contexts, even preferred. In such a case, activities should be authorized by the competent authorities in a manner consistent with protection and for the purpose of making a significant contribution to protections taken out, knowledge or enhancement of this underwater cultural heritage. This comes originally from the paragraph 37, and the boldened part is new, and the not boldened part is old. Thank you.
Any delegation would like to take the floor on this point, paragraph 39? 39? Grenada has the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have minor amendments to this paragraph that is very important. Small words added. I start by the fourth line, where we say rescue excavation and the recovery of selected artifacts. It is referring also to what was proposed in paragraph 37, talking about selection. So selected artifacts may be considered, or in some specific contexts, and in some specific context, we continue. Yes, we even preferred. So we see here that we have other means of dealing with the heritage and justify what we are proposing in the first paragraph. And finally, Madam Chair, about the deletion of protection, my delegation thinks that we should keep protection. A significant contribution to protection, knowledge and enhancement. And this is important when we are dealing with best practices. The protection knowledge is an important concept, and we are in favor of keeping the protection, and to keep saying to protection, knowledge, or enhancement, etc. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any other delegation would like to take the floor? Let's continue, because after that we'll have to clean all the paragraph to really see what we will be approving. Let's go into paragraph 40.
Madam Chair, I ask the floor.
Yes, you have the floor. The delegation of St. Vincent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I'm wondering if Grenada wants to put specific or in some specific context here. And I have another amendment at the end. The competent authorities should inform the 2001 convention. We prefer that the competent authorities inform the convention, the Secretariat of the 2001 convention, on these activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Taking note. Any other delegation on point 39 before we go into 40? No, I don't see any hand. Paragraph 40. Ulrike.
So again, the not bold part is the old text. The parts taken out have been proposed to be taken out, and the bold parts are the new ones. Before deciding on the most appropriate measures or activities, all the following elements should be assessed. A, the significance of the concerned site within the overall context of historical, archaeological, cultural or artistic knowledge about heritage at the local, regional, national and/or international level. To this end, appropriate consideration needs to be given to the importance of inventories of sites. This comes from paragraph 39. B, the significance of the expected result of an intervention. C, the means available, in particular financial resources and qualified human resources in case of intervention, but also in terms of storage and preservation of the remains in the long term. D, the impact of an intervention on the integrity of the site, the environment and its historical context, and E, the natural environment of the site, its probable evolution and the risks it might face, notably natural phenomena and human activities.
Thank you. Le doy la palabra a la delegación de Argentina.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to the delegation of Argentina.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My comments will refer to the proposed amendment by Grenada, and it's the word selected artifacts a little bit further up. Forgive me for asking you to shift around.
Perdón, era en el...
Yes,
39.
39, yes? Yes, 39. The reason for the idea of removing this word selected is that it was used at the outset to indicate a selection with a minimalist inclusion in situ. But here, under parent 39, we're talking about intrusive activities. And so I think putting the word selected artifacts in there might actually add to confusion. I don't know if I've been clear, Madam Chair. Yes, we understand you. Thank you. Thank you.
Una propuesta argentina.
So the proposal is that we do not include the word selected artifacts. So it would just be the recovery of artifacts without the word selected. France, you have the floor.
France, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to thank Argentina for having given me the opportunity to come back to 38. I would like St. Vincent to explain more clearly to us what they have in mind. I mean, the competent authorities would need to take these decisions and to inform the Secretariat of the Convention. I mean, are we talking about all operations? I mean, if I take the example of my department in France, I mean, I authorize some 150 excavations in French territorial waters. Would it be an obligation to inform the Convention Secretariat of all of these activities? I mean, I very much fear that the Convention Secretariat has other things to do. I mean, they would be receiving such notifications practically every second day. So perhaps St. Vincent could be clearer on the thrust of the amendment proposed. Thank you, France.
So we have a proposal, we're still in 39, to eliminate, to amend the amendment of Grenada in the sense that we will be talking of the recovery of artifacts and not only selected artifacts. If that's nobody has any objection, we'll continue into point 40. On paragraph 40, the delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines have requested the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will speak in French for my colleague from France for his question. Je voudrais...
I would like to thank Mr. Lowe for his reaction to our amendment. I mean, the objective is to have a good flow of information in order that the convention know what's being done, that experience be exchanged. That's the objective. It's not in connection with the authorization that has been given for underwater excavation to take place. I mean, that's not the objective. I'm very flexible on this. For us, it's really a question of information being shared to get some examples of excavations and so on. Because it is these activities that really strengthen the implementation of the convention. And perhaps we could hear from other delegations as how best to word this. But that's our intention.
Okay. All these are paragraphs in brackets. We haven't agreed to anything until we agree to everything. Point 40 will continue. We are listening to proposals and comments. Point 40, paragraph 40. Any delegations would like to take the floor on paragraph 40 as read it and on the screen? No hands? We'll continue into the next one, paragraph 41. Paragraph 41, as is read by Ulrike.
So you will notice that the Article 39 has been taken out and moved up to 40. So we can go to the next page, and that is 41. Again, there's a big part having been placed. If after considering all these criteria, excavation and/or recovery is useful or necessary for the purpose of scientific studies or for the ultimate protection of the underwater cultural heritage, the methods and techniques used must be as non-destructive as possible, both for the heritage and the environment, and contribute to the preservation of the remains.
Thank you. The floor is open for comments and proposals, amendments to this paragraph 41. Grenada, the delegation of Grenada has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, you are going very fast for me, so I will say what I wanted to say for 40, but it is up to you to return to it or not. It started by before deciding on preservation, and preservation was deleted. I would suggest to say before deciding on the preservation by the most appropriate, to keep preservation but continue as it is proposed in the amendment, before deciding on the preservation by the most appropriate measures. Just to recall that we are still talking about preservation. Madam Chair, we should not forget that we are helping the member states to understand what it is about. Now, for 41, if you allow me, or you want us to deal with 40 before, I have also an amendment to propose.
Go ahead.
Can I do it now?
Yes, yes.
I can go, okay. So for 41, to keep the amendment as proposed by the STAB, but to add after this a new point, maybe 42, survey methods should be considered whenever possible. We should not, survey methods should not disappear because we are not mentioning them anymore anywhere else. Survey methods should be considered whenever possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could you read again your proposal, please? The new 41B.
Yes, 41. Survey methods.
Survey.
Yes, survey methods, because it was deleted. It was deleted somewhere. It was deleted somewhere.
So survey matters should be what?
Considered whenever possible. Whenever possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the delegation of Italy.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, sorry. And
Buongiorno.
I agree with Michel. Buongiorno. I agree with Michel Lou concerning the paragraph 39. And I propose to delete the sentence, the competent authorities inform the Secretariat of the 2001 Convention. As in French, in Italy, we have a lot of activities on underwater cultural heritage, and I think that this information could be too hard for our ministry to communicate each intervention we are going to do in our country. So this is my opinion, and I hope that you can adopt this proportion. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Italy. I have the floor. The floor is requested from the delegation of Spain. La delegación de España.
Delegation of Spain, you have the floor. Thank you. The Spanish delegation would like to support the proposal made by Argentina and France. We think that this is more correct, and there is no doubt that the competent authorities should inform the Secretariat. Thank you. Algeria, you have the floor.
Le président del STAB.
The chairperson of the STAB has the floor. Mr. Amon, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor again. Yeah, I would echo what was said by France, Italy, and Argentina. concerning article or paragraph 39. I would agree with them and I support their proposal. Thank you very much. Switzerland has the floor. Thank you, Madam. We too support Italy, France, Spain, Argentina, and the others concerning the exact wording of 39. I mean, for the Secretariat to receive all this information would be excessive. We don't think it's appropriate that all states inform the Secretariat about all of their underwater culture heritage-related activities. Thank you very much. Remy has the floor. Slovenia has the floor now.
Yes, Madam Chair, we are not agree with St. Vincent proposal, and so we are in group with Italy, France, Spain, Algeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Le Sénégal a la parole.
Senegal has the floor. I give the floor to Senegal. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I had asked for the floor earlier, but you moved on to paragraph 40. But I want to make it clear that I don't agree with the proposal of St. Vincent. So you can add Senegal to the list of countries that don't think that informing the Secretariat of the Convention of all of our underwater activities would be appropriate. I mean, something major perhaps, but not all of the detailed activities that we engage in. To provide all that information to the Secretariat would be cumbersome for us and for them. Thank you very much.
That St. Vincent is requesting the floor. St. Vincent has the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I withdraw my amendment after listening to my colleagues, and as I said in the beginning, it was just a process to inform and to benefit from all this experience. But if the countries are not ready to do it, we are very flexible, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other delegation would like to use the floor? Take the floor? No? Okay, perfect. We'll continue now into paragraph 41 that was read. Any other delegation has any comments into paragraph 41? No? Okay, we'll go into 42.
This one is again completely new. In situ preservation should also be associated with an effort to provide the public with access to this heritage, either on site whenever possible, or remotely through new technologies and museums, depending on the nature of the remains and the environment.
The delegation of Grenada has the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I would like to react to the deletion of the former paragraph 41, which says equally any activity directed at underwater cultural heritage must balance the environmental impact or damage to be created. Madam Chairperson, for environmental and climate change reasons, we are requested to balance all our activities. Even if we are breathing, we have to balance. If we are traveling, I don't see why this paragraph was deleted. I would propose to delete equally and to start by any activity directed at underwater cultural heritage must balance the environmental impact or damage to be created, if any. Thank you very
Madam
much.
Chair. Taking note of your proposal. Any other delegation would like to take the floor on paragraph 42 or the proposal that has been presented by the delegation of Grenada? La delegación de España.
Delegation of Spain, you have the floor.
España.
Spain.
La delegación.
Okay, the hand has been lowered. President of STAB has the floor. Monsieur Hamoum, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention 41. Why did we delete that? It's because it's a repetition of Article 41 that we have actually covered higher up. And so we felt that this was a repetition, and that is why we struck it, just so as to avoid any double up. That was the reason for it being struck. Thank you.
John of St. Lucia has requested the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My intervention was on paragraph 42. I would like to change the word should and replace it by could.
Could?
Yes, because there is no obligation for any state party to provide public access, and some of us do not really have the means to have the new technologies and museums to do it remotely. So there are no obligations of this kind in the convention. We all do our best, and we will do our best, but this cannot be should. We prefer to put could. Thank you.
Thank you. Well taken, your suggestion. Okay. As we all can see, these amendments, amended, needs to be put in clear text to be considered for approval. So I will suggest, and I hope that the Secretary can support us, to have a clean text based on the suggestions and proposals this afternoon. If we have it this afternoon, which I hope, it will be circulated among all the member states, and tomorrow we will look at them and the resolution for their approval. Now we will go into the chapter related to best practices, and we'll do the same exercise. We'll go through the amendments that are being proposed by the staff, starting with paragraph 57, and we'll continue through them, hoping that this afternoon we can look at all of them, clean them, and tomorrow we'll have them for approval. If that's okay, Mr. Lazar? We'll try our best, yes, everybody. Okay, we'll start with 57.
Yes. So we recall that the new wording is marked in bold and underlining. Deleted wording is marked with a strike through. Wording already adopted by resolutions of the meeting of states parties is simple, bold. Recall that you had already taken certain decisions in the last years, and this is housekeeping to now also reflect them in the operational guidelines. 57. States parties are encouraged to submit for designation as examples of best practice by the meeting of states parties national, regional, or international programs, projects, and activities directed at underwater cultural heritage.
Ofrezco la palabra.
I see a request for the floor. St. Vincent, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I don't understand why we removed for safeguarding underwater cultural heritage. I mean, I don't understand why we deleted for safeguarding. So maybe we should keep it for safeguarding underwater cultural heritage. Projects and activities for safeguarding. I mean, the wording for safeguarding is removed. I don't understand why.
Thank you. I will ask why. I'll give the floor to Ulrike to explain to us why. Monsieur Lazar, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur Lazar, you have the floor.
that has come actually because you have in a special decision adopted a whole list of objectives of the best practices. So this is housekeeping, just taking up what you have already decided, and that comes a little bit later, the list of criteria very clearly done, and maybe the staff also wants to say something on that.
The delegate of St. Vincent has the floor.
Madam Chair, I would like to check our decision and I'll come back to you, but I prefer to keep for safeguarding underwater cultural heritage.
I will ask the president of the staff to help us here and let us know why it was scratched, the mention to safeguarding underwater cultural heritage. Monsieur Amoun, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur Amoun, you have the floor. Could you please help us with some words of clarification so that we can understand why the words for safeguarding were struck? Monsieur Amoun, are you there? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed. It was just to make the text easier to read and just so as not to repeat the same terms every single time. And so we were actually just streamlining the paragraph quite simply.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The delegate of St. Vincent, is that explanation clear for you?
Yes, Madam Chair, but I am not convinced if it will be if the text will be simpler. So I prefer to keep for safeguarding underwater cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We can put it again.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra la delegación.
Delegation of Spain, you have the floor.
España tiene.
Spain, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you to the STAB again for all of the work that they've done on the list of best practices, in particular with these amendments to the guidelines. We feel that they've made many improvements, and yet at the current time, we think we'd like to see the word safeguarding left in the text, because even if it is a repetition, it just reminds the reader what we're doing. And this actually reflects a decision that was made in its day, and so we'd like to see it left in. We think that the objective of the paragraph is actually clearer when you leave the word for safeguarding in there. And as has been with every other reference to projects and activities, it's already been there in other areas, so we'd like it left here for consistency's sake. Thank you. Anyone else like to take the floor?
No. Okay, we'll continue to the next paragraph, 58. It's moved to 70. We'll go into paragraph 59, but the 58 was scratched. It's open for discussion. We'll read 59.
Yes, the 58 was only moved to the 70, so you will find it again. And the new 58 now reads, such programs, projects and activities may be completed or in progress at the time they are proposed for selection and promotion. So taken out is or planned.
I open the floor, given the floor for any comments. None. We'll continue to read paragraph 59 this time.
So to be designated, examples should comply with the following criteria. And we recall to you that this is just a reflection of a decision already taken by you before. A, the heritage falls under the definition of Article 1 of the Convention or is less than 100 years of age, but is classified as underwater cultural heritage according to national law. B, the underwater cultural heritage concerned is appropriately protected through legal and practical measures in full conformity with the rules. C,
responsible non-intrusive methods of access are respected. D, the underwater cultural heritage concerned has a framework to ensure its sustainable management. And E, a special and outstanding effort has been made to make the site accessible to the public or to exemplify other principles of the Convention.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the delegation of San Lucia. Santa Lucia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I have a question about the last criteria, E. A special and outstanding effort has been made to make the site accessible to the public or to exemplify other principles of the Convention. Am I to understand that it is going to be either or? Because for the first part of the paragraph, this is creating an obligation that does not exist in the Convention, and we certainly would not accept that countries that do not make efforts to make their site accessible are prevented from inscribing best practices. I would like a very clear answer to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Just to recall that what you see in bold has already been adopted by the meeting of states parties, not just by the meeting of states parties. So we just reflect what you already adopted in a previous session of the meeting of states parties, including this special and outstanding effort.
Thank you for recalling this, Madam Secretary, but it doesn't prevent the fact that this is creating a new obligation that doesn't exist in the Convention. And I would like to know whether the paragraph says this or to exemplify, because if there is a choice between both, then it's okay. And by the way, the meeting of state parties of the Convention has the right to change the decision it has taken before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No doubt about it. Yes, of course, we can change as meeting of state parties previous decisions. So I will suggest to the delegate of San Lucia a specific proposal. In this sense, your proposal is to eliminate the mention to the access to the public. I really didn't got.
No, I just wanted, Madam Chair, a clarification of whether this was not an obligation. If somebody who presents, exemplifies other principles of the Convention without the access to the site is not eliminated from presenting a best practice. If this is the case, then I have no problem with the paragraph. If this is not the case, then yes, I would like to scrap the beginning of the paragraph. So I would like, maybe we could have a clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Mr. Lazar for his opinion on this matter. Mr. Lazar.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the observation made by the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia is very, very relevant. And perhaps, yes, I should clarify, given the experience that I have in this matter since I've been secretary of this convention. In previous designations of best practice, it was either one or another criterion that was the reason for selection. So it's clear for me that this isn't actually an obligation. It's either one or the other here that would enable a decision to be made. So given the wording that we have before us, it's talking about a special and outstanding effort that has been made to make the site accessible to the public or to exemplify other principles of the Convention. So the way that I read this personally, but maybe I should let the president of STAB clarify this further. But for me, for a decision to be made, when it comes to designating examples of best practice, it should be either one criterion or the other. And I think that actually offers a little flexibility when it comes to such decisions. So Given my experience in the past, when it comes to listing of best practice, this is what I've seen. All of the designations in the past did not all necessarily fill all of the criteria. It was one or the other. In 2019, for example, there was a designation where not all criteria were actually satisfied. But maybe the wording wasn't particularly clear, but I'm just mentioning, the jurisprudence up to here, what decisions I've seen. Thank you, Mr. Lazar, for that. President of STAB, Mr. Hamoun, are you able to offer us any clarification on this? Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed. I would like to support what Mr. Lazar has just said. I think that he clarified the situation quite adequately, and he also mentioned that there is this either-or situation. It's not an obligation, as Mr. Lazar has just said, but it's an objective to strive for. In other words, that in our philosophy, when we're trying to weigh up the examples of best practice, having access to the broader public, to that heritage, is important in our view. And so any efforts in that regard, or exemplifying other principles, would be fine for this particular criterion E. And that is why we had actually put in the idea of making it accessible to the public, because of the idea of awareness raising of the importance of underwater heritage. And that was the raison d'etre for this particular article. But as Mr. Lazar said, it was just one of the desired criteria. It wasn't a be-all and end-all and obligatory in and of itself. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Spain, you have the floor. Spain, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With regard to this particular article of the guidelines, we see that the wording as it currently stands, at least in the Spanish version that we're following, it does say that it needs to satisfy the following criteria, but it doesn't actually specify that it has to be all or some of. It just says needs to satisfy these criteria. And so when the Register of Best Practices was actually adopted, Spain at the time had actually insisted on the fact that this notion of accessibility to the public be taken into consideration, because there could be other methodologies of protection, be they physical, be they legal, which are also exemplifying principles of the Convention. And so that is why when we were talking about best practice, it's all heritage and not only accessible heritage. And so when you compare this with what we see in 59, you have to satisfy some or part of these criteria, but not all of them. If we wanted it to be as broad as possible, essentially we're talking about good projects. That's what we want to encourage and support. And the legal protections are actually some of the most difficult and thorny aspects of underwater heritage protection, and yet this might not be so visible. And so now, what we understood from the Secretariat, this article has actually already been approved by states parties, and yet, well, maybe I'm making a mistake, but when I look back at the draft decision, it said it takes note of the proposed amendments of Article Chapter 3 M.E. But I don't think that the states parties had indeed adopted this wording. I might be wrong here. I stand to be corrected. But from when I scanned through the document, that's what I seem to see, that this was not actually agreed wording. So maybe the Secretariat could clarify that for us. Over to you, Secretariat.
Je ne vais peut-être pas beaucoup.
I might not be able to help very much, actually, but if this was a resolution of the last meeting of the states parties, so yes, this was a decision concerning the criteria, and it had indeed been adopted. There was even one criterion that had been deleted in the discussion, if my memory serves me correctly. So maybe if I could just shed some light on this additionally, I could say that it is true that the first criterion in terms of the is the definition of the convention. The second one is a measure of protection. The third one concerns methods of accessibility and access. And so it is possible that the states parties had wanted to focus on that, and the STAB too, when they were assessing these issues. Maybe what they didn't want to do was introduce the clear demands for each of these criteria, but it was just to offer some guidance as to how to assess these proposed examples of best practice. And I think it was with that in mind that this wording was adopted. But as the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia has mentioned, I think this is actually particularly relevant to para E, where the question was, is it an obligation or not to make it accessible to the public? To my understanding, the states parties in their appreciation of previous designations, had not actually seen criterion E fully satisfied. Thank you very much. St. Lucia, you have the floor.
Chair, and thank you for all the colleagues for all these clarifications. Now, I take note that for the STAB, the objective is access to the larger public, but it is up to each sovereign state party to decide what is its own objectives. For us, protection comes before access. Now, we have to be serious, because when we're told that in the end, to be able to inscribe best practice, you have to comply with some of these criteria, then we have to change the text. This is not what the text is saying. It might have been the case before we didn't have any criteria that were formally adopted and being introduced in the operational guidelines. I mean, putting things in the operational guidelines is a very serious issue. The text says to be designated examples should comply with the following criteria. That means all of them. So first thing we have to do is to say should comply with some of the following criteria. This is the first amendment I would like to see reflected here in the chapeau of 59. And then concerning little e, I would like to separate the paragraph in two sections. One would be E, a special and outstanding effort has been made to make the site accessible to the public. And then a separate one, F, would be to exemplify other principles, or to exemplify principles of the convention. To exemplify principles. This way, it is clear that these are separate criteria. And this way it is clear that we don't have to abide or comply to all the criteria, and this would solve everybody's concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The delegation of St. Lucia, I have I have a request of the floor from the delegation of St. Vincent. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally agree with the amendments presented by St. Lucia, and we share the comments she had raised about the access. I tried to find the resolution at the 7th session of the state party meeting of the state parties. I haven't seen it, but maybe the Secretariat will help us to find which resolution we have decided all this. So I have read also the records, and we always say that the access should not be really a condition. So we agree with these amendments, and I hope it will be adopted by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other delegation is requesting the floor? Is Mexico requesting the floor?
Yes.
Tiene la palabra la delegada.
Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just one clarification. In subpara E, where it says that the site is to be accessible to the public, we would like to just take into consideration that this could be difficult for some sites. So why don't we say that be it physical or virtual, or be it in a physical or virtual mode? Because if we do make that a possibility, remember, it's not always going to be easy in some sites to actually make it physically accessible to the public. So for sites where it would be difficult, it would be good to offer the possibility of making it a virtual access. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other delegation wishing to take the floor? So if I could sum the discussions up to now on this particular item.
Grenada, the delegation of Grenada is requesting the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just to support what was said by Mexico, we do agree to introduce the virtual aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, looking at what we have said this afternoon in relation to paragraph 59 only, I have a request of the floor from the President of Staff before I go into summary. Monsieur? No, c'est la France.
No, it's France, in fact. France has the floor. Sorry, Madam Chairperson, but I want to come back to this paragraph, or this Article 59, and perhaps I can refer to the history of the convention, because since 2001 I've been following everything concerning the convention, and I've been very active in the STAB. One of the great difficulties for the STAB has been to determine what the best practices are. And so I think that the STAB itself needs this paragraph, or this Article 59, in order to give it a sort of a grid for analyzing what the best practices are. The big difficulty is that today we see people proposing that an underwater excavation is an example of a good practice. But when an exhaustive and scientific excavation is carried out with a publication, there is the will to show the work to the public at large, and even to set up a museum or a welcome center. Now, if there is just one criterion, then suddenly the STAB will have all sorts of proposals. They will be interfering with one another. How can you determine that one excavation is good, another one is not? Maybe there's one that should not be done. So, I mean, if you find it exemplary that a surgeon doesn't kill you in the course of an operation, that's exemplary. I mean, is it exemplary that he didn't kill you, or did he just do his job? So this discussion is coming back to the fore over and over again at the STAB, because originally we wanted to promote this idea of good practices, to provide good examples, but we are realizing that we don't have criteria, and analyzing things within the STAB is very complicated. Is it a good example of a good practice or is it not? So too, it's a question of aligning on the exemplarity of other examples. So, I mean, otherwise, virtually all projects become validated as good examples, but they're collectively presented as good examples, but they are in contradiction with one another. So I think that I'm not the only member of the STAB who has really been asking questions about what this label of good practice means. How can, so to just say that one criterion is not enough. I mean, we have this problem of the whole concept of good practice being drowned in the numbers. Thank you.
San Lucia, requesting the floor. San Lucia, Santa Lucia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Chairperson, I would fully agree with what the French delegate has just said. I mean, we never suggested that should be one criterion. In English, it says some criteria. So I don't see the French version. I'm not sure what the French version says, but there is a reference to several criteria, but not all criteria. For the inscription of a good practice, it shouldn't become almost impossible for states parties. I mean, we're not in the World Heritage List here. It's not the intangible heritage either. We don't want to discourage inscription. I hope that there will be many good practices, but we want to have a lot of best practices, but we don't want that to become too easy. So it should be some criteria, but not all criteria. Now, if we want all criteria to be applied, then I would insist that the criterion of access be eliminated. So I'm flexible on this, but we can't prevent a state party from inscribing a practice on the basis of something that is not an obligation. There is no obligation to provide access.
Estamos ya a las 5 de la tarde. Estamos un poco presionados por el tiempo, más que todo que hay un orden en cuanto a los servicios para la transmisión virtual y la interpretación, por supuesto. Voy a darle la palabra a las delegaciones de Argentina y España.
I give the floor to the delegation of Spain and Argentina, then I'll try to summarize where we stand on this particular point. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Quite sincerely, I think that A, B, C, and D, and E, that these points should be fairly easy for states parties to the convention to apply, to meet. But E is this additional effort for a practice to be considered a best practice, an exemplary practice. So I don't think that we should open up the possibility to meet just certain criteria. It seems to me that this particular effort should be required. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Spain. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Concerning the rationale that we've heard from the STAB, yes, it is important that there be criteria when this register is being drawn up. I mean, in Spain, we have a register of practices that we refer to as good practices, not best practices. There is perhaps a legal distinction between the two terms. When we talk about good practices, they don't necessarily have to be better than other practices. And the setting up of this register of good practices in Spain is designed to give more visibility to the convention. And of course, this should be done in the most inclusive way possible. We should not be compared to the World Heritage List. I mean, what we want is an inventory of good practices deployed by the community of underwater cultural specialists. And a good practice could be simply a good inventory of some archaeological vestiges. So we would want to have a register that is as inclusive as possible, that includes good practices and not necessarily best practices. Thank you, says the chairperson. Let me make an observation now. We're in the middle of our consideration of item 7, and we have other items to deal with tomorrow. So I think that it would be a good thing that we take a position on these issues in a more definitive way. But I give the floor to the chairperson of the STAB. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief, and I support what colleagues from STAB have said. Exemplarity must be based on certain criteria being met. And that's all I would say. I mean, I know that we're running out of time, but I mean, I think that that's clear. Otherwise, it's not exemplary. Thank you very much. And I give the floor to the delegation of Senegal. Thank you very much. I strongly support the positions of STAB and of France. When we are thinking of a register of best practices, of exemplary practices, we can't take away all of the criteria to be met. No, I would agree with the STAB and with France. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Switzerland. The delegation of Switzerland has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Perhaps we could come up with a compromise. Yes, a best practice should be based on a series of criteria. But indeed, the underwater cultural heritage concerned has a framework to ensure its sustainable development and, if appropriate, a special and outstanding effort to be made to give accessibility to the public. So the idea here would be I mean, in some cases, access may be meaningful, in others it would not. And so it would still be possible for states parties to submit sites for inclusion as best practice, even if public access is not available. Thank you. Grenada has the floor.
Chairperson, initially I wanted to say that I do agree with St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Access to the underwater cultural heritage should not be a condition for best practices, because the convention is dealing with several principles and not only the access. So if it's limited to the access, we cannot accept it. But I want to see the proposal by Switzerland, if it could be an option. I did not catch the whole sense of it. And we can see if we can have Switzerland. I will wait to see. But for the moment, I strongly agree with St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you.
I'm going to make a summary of the discussion on this paragraph this afternoon, starting by first sentence. St. Lucia proposed to add some, so it will read, to be designated examples should comply with some of the following criteria, some. Point A, there has been no comment. Point B, none. Point C, none. Point D, Switzerland just proposed to make one point D out of D and E in the following terms. Switzerland proposed point D to read as follows. The underwater cultural heritage concern has a framework to ensure its sustainable management, and a special and/or outstanding effort has been made to make the site accessible to the public or to exemplify principles of the convention. That's the text as the chair has it at this moment out of the different opinions and comments made. I'm going to give the floor now to St. Lucia, and probably we will close this issue with St. Lucia, and we'll have to continue tomorrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the colleague from Switzerland. I think that this amendment is acceptable to us. As we said, countries are free to want to use the access as a criteria, but it cannot be a condition or an obligation. And therefore, with this amendment, it would deal with our concern because it would be where appropriate. And if it doesn't apply to us, we will not be excluded. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Lucia. So I understand that as the text was read by the chair, summarizing the proposals of the member states, it was accepted. There's no other comment, and we will see each other tomorrow. This will be I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Lazar to let us know how is the plan for tomorrow's meeting.
Madam Chair, I see there are still two state parties who would like to intervene. So it's your decision before I speak.
La France, la parole.
France has the floor. The delegation of France has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I know that we are running out of time, but some of the criteria is such a vague wording that it can be interpreted in many different ways. I mean, if we were to say the majority of the following criteria, I mean, or something like that, I mean, to become exemplary, to become a best practice with just one criterion, no, I'm sorry, a majority of the following criteria, at least.
Yes, Madam Chair, I heard St. Lucia saying that we can add by the majority of these criteria. But as we will continue tomorrow and the time is short, I want to add a missing criteria. Maybe the Secretariat will think about it for tomorrow. We haven't seen any mention to the cooperation. And we heard this morning, Ambassador of Cuba talking about the cooperation and the importance of the cooperation between parties in the preservation of the underwater cultural heritage. And I think that for the best examples, best practices, it should be also mentioned something about the cooperation. This gives a very, a big impact in the implementation of the convention. So this is my idea for tomorrow. If the Secretariat could think about it and to see how we can add this criteria in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the delegation of St. Vincent. We have to remember that these amendments were proposed by the staff, not by the Secretariat. So the Secretariat really shouldn't be adding any criteria to these proposals of amendments. We can add them. We are member state. We are in the meeting of member states. We can propose amendments. So probably I would suggest to the delegation of St. Vincent, if you can send us by chat your proposal in relation to cooperation, and we'll consider it tomorrow. If there is no other delegation that requests the floor, I will say good night, good morning, good afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow on time at 1 o'clock Paris time. Take care. See you tomorrow.